See, and this is why I like you, Nerd Center. That's because you're always one step ahead. Welcome everybody to our brand new stream. We're doing... Oh, there's another one. Of course there is another one. We're doing another Batman stream. It's been a while. It feels like it's been a while. We got a new objective on here because we're going to be approaching Poison Ivy here, and she's going to be a treat, not for the eyes, of course, because, well, she should know better than to dress like that. But I think maybe it's going to be a good boss battle. We'll see. But yes, thank you for those wondering, those on Twitch. Nerd Center said that I should destroy the teeth if I'm going to leave the screen there. Like, he already knew what I was going to do. He knew right away that I was definitely going to be leaving the screen on here. And, man, that's loud. Somebody's fooling around. Not sure if you guys can hear that sound. Like a screeching car outside. But if you didn't, oh well. And I think now the rattling teeth should be no longer bothering us. Oh. Did I find a secret area? Seriously? Cool. Or maybe I didn't. I'm kind of scared to drop there. What's gonna happen? Am I getting ahead of myself, guys? Because I definitely don't want to get ahead of myself. Oh, we got a new... Okay. Chronicles of Narnia. Yeah, we're not gonna listen to that. Because it's too boring. Well, it's gonna play over me anyway. So let's see. So yeah, this stream, we're going to be talking about a lot of things. Specifically, the Superman Legacy situation that has occurred. Hey, Far Cry Lego on YouTube Live. And yeah, as always, let me know if you can hear me on both ends. But I think if you think my mic is somewhat worse quality, then also let me know. Because who knows, sometimes maybe the stream might mess up with my settings for whatever reason, so always let me know. But yeah, Superman Legacy, a lot of information has come out around that movie. Some of it is incredibly suspicious, and some of it is not being necessarily discussed by the big publications. And so Superman Legacy is going to be a lot of things, and there's also like recent news that has surfaced around that film. Like very recent, like an hour news story, like an hour ago news story that we are going to be tackling here as well. And so I know that I saw somebody on Twitch as well saying something, and we got Hoske saying, why hello there, we get right into it. Well, yeah, I just wanted to talk with you guys before I started to play. We're not getting into it right away. I just wanted to just get that stuff. You know, I just saw a secret area, so I figured it's not going to progress us. And so yeah, but yeah, when it comes to the stuff itself, the story itself, there's a lot with Superman Legacy. And so I think we should now get into it. And let me know again if you hear any, in the game of course, if you hear any rattling teeth, because I'm not wearing my headphones right now. Actually, let me put on the headphones and see for myself. Alright, we got this annoying little music jingle in the background. Is it going to be bothering us? I don't like it when I'm just kind of talking over nothing. But now that I listen to this beat, it sounds kind of lame, gotta say so. What if we went downstairs? Was there any beat up there? Or down there? Okay, I think this is better. Yeah, you can kind of hear it less, so yes. That's going to be bothering us less now. Great, good. So what's the deal with the Superman Legacy situation? Oh boy, well, where do we start? Well, I think it's a good way to start with this one piece of information. So I think there's going to be like 3 major news stories around this movie. And the big one is something that a lot of fans on the internet have noticed, have picked up on. And it is, let me find this image. It should be this. Today I had way less time to prepare for the stream, so I'm going to be, there we go. I'm going to be kind of winging it as we go. So yeah, this is a pretty interesting news story, come to think of it, because well, let's read the tweet maybe, because it has something to do with James Gunn's budget around the film. Many fans have been speculating now that the film is now going to be a two-parter, that Superman Legacy, or it's been renamed to Superman now, just Superman. The theory there is that the film, as is, or it's being shot right now, it started shooting in Ohio like this week, and the news around the whole thing is that, yeah, there's a chance that this movie might be a two-part film, maybe even a three-part film. I think that's a bit out there with the three films. But I did hear like the two parts, and at first I was like, that's ridiculous. Why would they even say that it's a two-parter? Why would they not outright say that it's a two-parter film? And I think there's some stuff around here that might sound interesting. So that's why, if you're wondering what's up with this title, 3 hour long film, it's like, okay, so there's multiple things we can point to sort of with this movie. And it's interesting just to see how the entire situation around this film has progressed, or I guess the opposite of progress, which I would say is like taken a step back or devolved into this kind of mess. I'm not a big, I'll just say right up front, I'm not a big James Gunn fan at all. It's not just that he's, come on the Guardians of the Galaxy and he changed them for the better or worse. I think in a lot of ways I did appreciate some of the things you can add with new properties, with new adaptations, with recent adaptations, but new adaptations. I think you're allowed to add on to the source material, and so I think you're allowed to do that. But if you're going to be changing characters or not really doing them justice, that's when you're kind of gonna lose me. And once you're gonna start taking the superhero property and you're going to start making it an outright comedy, that's going to be an issue. And I think with James Gunn, as we've seen with the Suicide Squad, Peacemaker, or Peacemaker, that's what his name is, with John Cena, we've seen him do the same shtick like time and time again. And of course, he got his start on Scooby-Doo, the live action one, where he wanted to turn Velma into a lesbian. But the studio said no. And this is the sort of guy that really likes his raunchy comedy stuff. He's been making a lot of the controversy around him is that he's been, of course, making a lot of, let's just say, pedophile jokes online. And that has been resurfacing especially with his photos when he's been to parties dressing up as a priest. But then there was like this weird pedophile angle to it, of course trying to change up my phrasing here so that YouTube or whoever doesn't take me down. I'm just going with the flow. I'm just following the herd on this one because everyone else is not doing it. Everyone else is not using these words, these buzzwords. So I'm not gonna do that as well, just to be safe and sure. And so yeah, he's been under a lot of fire. And he got fired off of Guardians of the Galaxy. He got hired by DC as a response to that. And then Marvel hired him back again. So he was able to somehow escape that controversy and then immediately get a top position as a studio, as the main producer, as the head, co-producer alongside Peter Safran, I believe his name is. The two of them are basically running movies now. The DC movies one. They started the DC studios, but you guys know this stuff, I think. So anyway, you guys have probably read this tweet by now, but let's just read it, okay? So this is by some fan account who is, I think, he's a fan of, I would say, not just Superman, but I think he's genuinely excited for this movie. So don't think that I'm trying to pull something out of here, even though his tweet might sound negative. Hey, this guy seems like a fan. He also watches Has Been Hotel. So he's that type of fan. So you can't say that I agree with him 100% on everything. So here's what he's saying. James Gunn may have lied about the budget for Superman Legacy. Apparently, you can access the budget through the OMPTC. We'll get to that by looking at the tax credit. The public tax credit record shows below that Legacy will have a budget of over 360 million. And so what you're looking at here is a listing of what the budget will be, and it says here that if we look closely, okay, uh, it's basically going to be listing the studio. So you got it's a tax credit, right? So for the film studio, and it's got Warner Brothers, okay, Warner Boulevard. So you know that in Burbank, California. So right there, it's Warner Brothers, and they are going to be shooting the film. They are shooting the film in Ohio, which is where they're getting the tax credit. For those who don't know what a tax credit is, and in this case, the OMPTC, that stands for, I believe, Ohio something something tax credit. But the idea is that the state of Ohio has, they have their own, what would you call that? They have their very own, I guess, states basically try to attract films, movie studios, and what they end up doing is that they, by doing that, by trying to attract those movie studios, they say, hey, if you shoot in our state, you're going to get a tax credit that is going to, you know, going to essentially give you back a percentage of your budget. So they can get their money back if they shoot in Ohio. And that's a way for them to, for one, it's kind of like the Lord of the Rings situations where a lot of states or just cities and locations in general, they want to have movies, for example, shoot in their own locations or like in their cities or anything of that sorts for tourism purposes, for those reasons, to attract more people. And so that's a thing. That's a thing. So in case you're wondering what is this even, this is what we're looking at. This is a thing that is very popular among not just in the States, right? Not just in America, but in Europe, many European, like for example, I believe Spider-Man: Far From Home also shot in Italy. Was it Rome? Perhaps they got some tax credits also because of that, because they shot in these different locations, and as well, and other countries will try to attract international companies to make movies in their country, just to make sure that they can say, hey, we had Spider-Man, the Spider-Man movie shot in this city. Isn't that amazing? So that's essentially the idea here. It's supposed to boost cultural, I don't know, awareness, and the government and states and countries are obsessed with that sort of stuff. They see a lot of value in that. They love to see their logos at the end of the movies and stuff like that. So that's essentially why they did this. And David Zaslav, who is currently running Warner Brothers Discovery, he is, well, we saw it with Batgirl. He basically canceled the entire movie just to get a tax write-off. He did that also with the other one, also produced by James Gunn, interestingly enough, but funnily enough, also, James Gunn did not say anything about that movie getting canceled, which was Coyote versus. The title was like Coyote versus, and then the company of the dynamite that makes the company that makes the dynamite for Coyote from the Roadrunner cartoon. Did you get all that? So the Looney Tunes cartoon Roadrunner versus Coyote. It's supposed to be like a legal drama comedy where the Coyote character sues the Dynamite Company because they failed him in every single instance while he was trying to catch the Roadrunner. So that was supposed to be the movie, and that also got canceled. That got canned to, like, it was very loud in the industry. So that's what happened to that movie. So David Zaslav is constantly not constantly delaying or canceling movies, but he is willing to take those lengths to save as much money as possible, because Warner Brothers doesn't have a lot of money right now because of all the reasons that, of course, they're very investor oriented, if you want to say, put it that way. It's related to the whole acquisitions of before Warner Brothers was bought by AT&T, then they sort of sold it to Discovery. It's a very complicated, convoluted discussion of who owns Discovery, and the whole situation around that is very complicated, and I think it's better we don't get into it right now because I want to talk about the budget of this film. And so if you look here, so we know this is Warner Brothers. The project is called Genesis, right? So it's a code name so that perhaps nobody recognizes that it is them. And if you look at, let's see, if you look at the budget, it should be somewhere around here. Okay, maybe it's not in this screenshot, but I believe it was somewhere around here. Oh, nope. There it is. Total production budget, $363 million. And again, this is only for, apparently this is only for the shooting of the film alone. So this is just the production itself. This is not taking into account the pre-production, the post-production, the marketing, and anything of that sort. It's not even reshoots, from what I've been told. And looking at it, it probably checks out because it's a tax exempt, a write-off for this film that's going to be shooting in Ohio. And that led many to speculate that the number 363 million, it is out of this world. In comparison, I don't know, like the AAA blockbusters, AAA games, I guess is what you would say. But the blockbuster scene in movies, usually they make movies like what? Barbie cost 100 million. Oppenheimer cost like, I think also around 80 million. Marvel movies tend to cost from 100 to 250 after the pandemic or the lockdowns. That number changed to sometimes even 200. Well, I guess 250 would be probably where they would usually report their numbers, what they would report their numbers to be. And so to see that a movie is $300 million, that's usually a number for films like Infinity War. James Cameron's Avatar is like, $500 million? And that's, again, for James Cameron, that's pre-production, production, post-production, reshoots, etc., development. And of course, that's not counting marketing in that instance. But that's still, you compare this to that, and essentially you have a Superman movie that's going to be costing at least $63 million, which is insane. And so there's multiple ways you can kind of look into this, which is that, number one, they're doing a two-parter. They're trying to be very quiet about it. They're trying to perhaps pull a stunt, and I think it's for the investors. I think that's what they're going to try to do, because their last investor calls their last investor call was a disaster. Their stock dropped immensely. Like it's the lowest it's ever been. It's at like $8 right now. So those numbers are awful. And so I think also David Zaslav, what I think everybody is kind of speculating is that he will try to sell the company in April, because for the longest time he couldn't do so because of the contractual obligations, since he's bought it in 2021 or 2022. He had to sit on this company for he basically couldn't sell any of it to anyone, but he's essentially trying to sell it off to somebody else, like Universal, the parent company of Universal, which is NBC, or Paramount. That's also been one of the companies that's been thrown around. Um, so that's what everyone is speculating, is that okay, he's going to sell this thing, and David Zaslav, since he's only been here for like 2 years, he knows he can't really announce stuff right away. Like he can only announce stuff, let's say, but he can't really develop the projects, because if he's going to be selling them off to somebody else, then he's then going to have to maybe not be involved in them, but think of it that way, it's going to put the buyers in a position where they're going to have to be acquiring a lot of projects that are already in development, that have already started production, which is usually not a good thing for, like, if you're a interested buyer. You don't want to buy something that's, that has all these projects set up. You don't want to buy a Harry Potter series that's already started, or it's already beginning to start filming. You don't want to buy that, or you don't want to buy a DC franchise, for example, that's failing. So because you want to start your own franchise with DC characters, so that you can make sure that it's good from the beginning, that it's successful. And so that's why for the DC announcements, you're not getting a lot of new project for this new universe. Essentially, everything is riding on this Superman movie to succeed. And if it's going to fail, then James Gunn's universe is going to be a total dumpster fire, and it's not going to move forward. And they're going to start from scratch, whoever the new buyer is. But if it's a success, then of course they will continue utilizing that universe. And again, notice that this is like the only one movie from DC that's getting any sort of, like, it's the only film that's been in development, that's actively progressing. Like the script is done, they're getting ready to shoot. Everything else is just in negotiations or talks only. They said that the Supergirl script is being written right now, right? So it's still everything is in the very early stages, and that's on purpose. And also look at the DC movies that are coming out, like Joker 2, and also they announced Constantine 2, which is like, why are you making those announcements? Why aren't you announcing a Wonder Woman movie? Why aren't you already getting started on the Batman movie that's going to be from James Gunn? And so it's going to be the Joker 2, also Batman Part 2, so it's not a part of this universe. So all these standalone DC movies that are not supposed to be part of this universe. And so this is the only one, essentially. So there's a lot of stuff riding on this. And so let's get into the chat, because a lot of you said a lot of interesting things. Like Nerd Center said, I had no idea he made Scooby-Doo. Yes, he did. He made the first one and the second one. And let's just say we should be thankful that sometimes the studio execs do step in, because we could have gotten a very different film. Although, had he gone in the direction that he wanted to, perhaps he wouldn't be directing all these films now. Then again, Hollywood is a strange town, so maybe even if he did all that in his versions of the films, he would probably still get hired to work on films like the Guardians of the Galaxy. Who knows? Moodcab, hey Moodcab, Has-Been Hotel is a setting of a lot of red flags. Yes, it is. Oh no, he is a cringe fan, says Far Cry Lego. I not seen Has-Been Hotel since it just pure cringe. It's very popular though. It's a very popular show, and it's as you can expect, I hate it. I have not even watched it, but the premise alone is basically trying to take Christian imagery and everything that surrounds it to appropriate it into this paganistic fairy tale, right? It's a mockery of Christ, and it's a mockery of the Christian faith itself. So I of course have an issue with it. And then there's also like the added thing, which is, I think perhaps other people who are not Christian, they would have an issue with it, that it's just a cringe Tumblr show. and Tumblr's essentially dead in 2024. But still, people do not like that stuff. Uh, aside from the weirdos, the usual suspects. Nerd Center. Georgia is big on tax credits for movies too. Pretty sure that is where the MCU has one of their studios. Coyote versus thanks Nerd Center. Coyote versus Acme. That's what the movie is called. Thank you, Moodcap. And Contact versus Echidna. What? Far Cry Lego. What are you saying? Content versus Arc Acme. I don't even know. Nerd Center Acme. Yes, that's the name of the company that's creating dynamites for Coyote. I wish they canceled Space Jam 2, says Moodcap. Oh my, that film was a disaster. 100%. They should not have made it, and I 100% agree. On Nerd Center, he also helped as Batman Caped Crusader from Max, but they ended up selling it to Amazon. Interesting. Right, yeah. So David Zaslav, he also basically sold a lot of things. Like the Batman Cape Crusader that was supposed to debut on HBO Max, now known as just Max. It's basically been sold off to Amazon just because he wanted to save money. Also, the reason why a lot of TV shows have been pulled from Max, or the reason why a lot of DC shows and Warner Brother properties have been making their way onto Netflix again, is because he is trying to save money. He is trying to make extra money on the side. He is that very like you cannot imagine how desperate Warner Brothers is right now when it comes to cash. So it's a very bad situation in general for them. And so Far Cry Lego also says, I think maybe Universe, since I heard that Part Monty said no to the deal. Paramount said no to the deal. Though that could be a cover up by them. Could be. But I think out of the main sellers, I think NBC is the most interested one. And Moodcap says, was that the Batman show with Jar Jar Abrams involved? Yes, it is. It's still being created. We were happy when it got canceled, but it wasn't canceled. It became, basically, it became for sale. So anyone who was interested in it could continue to develop it, and we're getting that. So we thought we were dodging a bullet, Moodcap, but in reality, it's still getting developed. We're still getting it, but it's coming out on Amazon Prime now. So I think you may have celebrated a little bit too early. But yeah, I would say I think the safest thing to say is that I think James Gunn is trying to do a two-part film. Why? Because if it was just a one-part film, and again, this is pure speculation, but this budget is insane. It's either that or James Gunn is just a master con artist who, again, he's James Gunn has told so many people so many stories. He told Gal Gadot that she will return as Wonder Woman, and then he said no, that's fake news. That's not true. Then he told apparently David Ayer said that James Gunn told him that they were developing the Ayer cut, but then James Gunn had to clarify and tell people publicly on social media that that's not getting developed. So it's a very he said she said situation where you have all sorts of people coming out and saying, "Oh, you told me this one thing, James. Why are you now walking it back?" And so I would not be surprised if this was the budget just for the one film as well, honestly, because who knows? Maybe it is. Like, the other thing is that it could be 3 hours long, right? Which is a huge thing nowadays. We're going to be talking about Dune later today, but Denis Villeneuve, he said that audiences want a 3 hour. They want 3 hour movies now. That's what's going to get them back in the theaters, which is quite the statement to make. I guess maybe there's something there to be said, because I guess maybe 3 hours seems prestigious, like a that kind of gives you like a prestige show vibes. but or like a movie, right? When it's 3 hours, you kind of feel like then your money is worth it because you have to drive all the way to the movie theater and then back. And so I don't know. People nowadays think weirdly, and the whole blockbuster scene and movie theaters, the movie theater experience has just been totally diminished. So I think there might be something there. Even though just the other day, I've rewatched the Tarzan movie by Disney, uh, and man, that was only like 85 minutes long. It wasn't even an hour and a half long, and I was just totally impressed by how much they were able to pack into that hour and a half. Barely, not even. It's like under hour and a half, and they were able to put so much into that movie, so much story, so many great moments. And so that reminds me, I'm gonna have to make my review for Letterboxd probably about Tarzan. But yeah, it's like the movie landscape has changed quite a lot. So uh, I guess the 3 hour thing would not shock me. So that's like the second alternative. And going back to like the two-parter thing, uh, why did I mention the two-parter thing? Why would they be even considering that again? Going back to the notion that everything is relying on this movie, and the fact that they cannot make too many announcements because you might say, well, they did announce Harry Potter, right? But notice that Harry Potter is not actually being developed. In the last phone call, in the last earnings call, he said that it is being the script is being written, right? And it's being further developed. So again, they're not going to be shooting it this year. This year, even the TV show is going to come out in 2026. Again, very far off. That still gives a different studio enough time. If they were to buy this company this year, then that gives them enough time to cancel it. It's like 2024. Of course, they don't have to meet the 2026 deadline because there's not a lot of money being sunken into it. So again, think of it that way, and then consider the fact that, okay, so they cannot do a lot with what they have right now. They can only do so much. They have this one movie, Superman movie, one movie to kick off the DC universe. Would the idea of a two-parter really be all that crazy? I don't think it is, especially if they're trying to kind of use that as a investor's tactic, where they're like, hey, guess what? This movie is actually going to be a two-parter, a two-part film. And then you think to yourself, well, perhaps they think that that will create excitement, and it's going to drive people to actually buy the stock for Warner Brothers. Hey, obscura omissions. We are talking about the budget for Superman Legacy, now known as just Superman, because James Gunn has changed the title. And isn't that interesting? He also changed the title of the film. And so, isn't that weird? If this was a two-parter film, what if the second part is called Superman Legacy? I mean, I'm just throwing this out there, I hope this movie doesn't get greenlit. Unfortunately, when it comes to Superman, it's already being shot right now. So it's already getting made. So I think it's over for us. However, hey, the Batgirl movie got canceled, even though it was greenlit so many times. And so, for those who are joining us just now, the movie is essentially going to be $360 million. It's going to cost that much, just the principal photography. And so, people are kind of taken back by that. They're like, hey, why does it cost that much? Is it going to really cost that much? Are you blowing things over budget? And it wouldn't be the first time that has happened. Recently, the new Gladiator film, Gladiator 2 by Ridley Scott, that got under a lot of, that news story went crazy in the movie sphere because that film went over budget. It's now 310 million, and I think that is from the development to post-production, so it's not counting marketing, but it is the main budget itself, and that's $310 million, the budget for Gladiator 2. That's insane. And so that was like a somewhat also, that was kind of a lot of people were criticizing that as well because, well, within the industry, because apparently Paramount was not paying attention to what Ridley Scott was doing, and they let him do whatever he wanted, and the budget went way overboard than they had expected, which is insane. That movie should not be costing $310, $310 million. But that's what happens also when, again, the studio execs do not get involved. Sometimes they have to get involved. Sometimes it's better that the creative person has someone to answer to, because then they cannot do an awful, overbloated art house film. So yeah, that's like the one thing. It's like, hey, I think this would be a huge thing for investors to motivate them to buy stock and to see that price go up. And then I think that makes sense. And look at it that way again. We've seen so many different like casting announcements for this film. There's been so much talk around it in terms of, how many characters are in this film. Would it be insane to say, okay, the first film is going to be a more traditional Superman film with Lex Luthor and all these different characters that are strictly Superman related in Metropolis, and then part 2 would basically be the whole Hawkgirl, Metamorpho, and who else is in this? Who else is supposed to be in this movie? Guy Gardner. All those awful casting choices. They're going to be in the first film as well. And I think like there's so many characters that if you told me, hey, we're doing a two-parter, we're making this a two-parter, I think that would also be another thing you can point to. Nerd Center, so many characters we don't need in this movie. As well, yeah, I totally agree with that, Nerd Center, because if they are going to use this as their launching pad for the new universe, you should be starting simple. And so maybe that's the thing as well. It's like, hey, James Gunn actually thought of this, and he's like, yeah, we are starting simple, or we're getting 4 hours to tell you guys about this. 2 hours for the first film, or maybe even like 5 hours. 2.5 hours for the first film, the first part, and then the second part would be... the other 2.5 hours, and that would be the second film. And then you could say, and now it doesn't feel like an overload in just one movie. So I think there's a lot of arguments to be made that this could be potentially a 2-hour film, a 2-parter film. Sorry. So that's like the two things. It's like, okay, maybe it's just a very ambitious 3-hour epic, which would be kind of crazy for a Superman film. That's also a possibility, especially, again, coming back to the whole thing where James Gunn just tells people so many different stories. Don't forget that David Zaslav did say to his investors and to news outlets, he and this is what he said, word for word. He said, David Zaslav said that James Gunn is on a mission by God to create this film and make it the best that it can be. And that's insane. It's like, or I think that might have been Peter Safran who said that. But then still, it's like, okay, are you guys just... I thought that they were overselling it, but if they are genuinely trying to spend this much money into it, just kind of overcompensate for the fact that they have nothing else going on, then yeah, I think James Gunn really sold them something that they might have to later regret. Or who knows, if this is a 2-parter, I think a 2-parter idea would be much safer, because if you're going to spend that much money, at least make it 2 movies. Because a $500 million budget for just one movie would be insane. And so James Gunn reacted to this news. People pressed him on this, right? They were somewhat upset with... he was upset by what people had to say about it, and he got taken back by it. So yeah, he did respond. And let me find this. Where did he say this? There we go. Hold on. Ugh. So of course, James Gunn, being James Gunn, debunked the whole story. Let's see. So, and this was on the threads, by the way, because he's not using Twitter anymore because he's upset with Elon Musk. Sorry, X. James Gunn on thread said, absolutely not. How in the world do they think they know what our budget is? So again, because somebody asked him, hey James, this article says your Superman budget is $364 million. True or false? And so this is something that James Gunn does a lot. He responds in a way that is not very upfront, or he will tell you thing that you think is going to mean, oh, he said it's not. Okay, therefore it means no, right? No. Because I think James Gunn is the sort of, he has this he's going to sell you snake oil, and if he's going to put it in specific words, he's very specific about how he phrases things, and he's very specific about how you ask them a question. So if this person asked him, this article says your Superman budget is 364, here he says no, and then it turns out that it is 364, then he's going to come out and say, well, I did say that the budget for this movie is not 364, but the budget is for two movies. And so I was telling the truth. I just didn't lie to you. Yeah, you were lying because you didn't. First of all, why do you have to respond to these people? Why do you have to put yourself in a position where then you are withholding truth and you are misleading people? Again, coming back to like the Gal Gadot situation or David Ayer. Why do you have to put yourself in a situation where you're definitely going to be frowned upon? And so I wouldn't trust him necessarily. And then so his argument, the other thing here is that his argument for why it's strange that, this, they would even say this, he doesn't immediately say, no, that's he doesn't say absolutely not. That is not our budget. We are operating at a lower, our costs are much lower than that. He didn't say that. His argument, his go-to argument was, how in the world do they think they know what our budget is? And that was his argument, right? And so people actually then responded back to it, because yeah, it was a good point for a sec. For those who were not perhaps aware of what was happening, a lot of people did end up like looking into it. For one, the whole Ohio situation. This is from like Reddit. The Ohio Film Department was obtained via a public records request. And so essentially what it says here, just to kind of summarize quickly, is that the Ohio motion picture tax credit, they want you to, in order to qualify for a credit, you have to publicly publish these numbers, or they should be allowed to publish them publicly. And so for those wondering, oh, so they did give away their budget, but the argument here, like the cover up here, is that the title of this movie is called Genesis, and of course it's a cover up title, right? So that people don't necessarily catch on to the fact, but somebody found it and somebody realized, hey, this Genesis movie, which is a code name, right? It could be, and here's the thing, here's the third option. It's a code name for more than one movie. So what if they combine the Superman Legacy budget, right? That's also a very likely scenario. They could have taken the Superman Legacy budget and combined it with a different budget for a different film. So what else do they have? Like Superman Legacy is one of the movies that they are shooting in Ohio, and then they have a bunch of other films. But then again, which one of them is what other film is streaming or is shooting in Ohio? We didn't hear much about it, right? So that's suspicious. It's like, I can't really name you a movie that's shooting there, because Superman Legacy is, or the new Superman movie by James Gunn, is going to be the only one so far that we know is going to be shooting in Ohio, right? So it's like, okay, so perhaps you could say that, all right, this is a combined number. Maybe there's like some Discovery Channel thing that's also included in these numbers, and that makes sense why we wouldn't be hearing about this stuff. But still, sounds somewhat suspicious. So for those wondering, how did they even get these numbers? Again, they were publicly available for people to see on their website. And I'm actually curious, if I were to share this link with you guys, although I don't know if I want to be sending you guys links to this chat, because then it's going to, for one, it might not even detect it, but then it might start a set a precedent where people will start adding links, and then who knows what else might happen. But yeah, is expected. So Superman, the new Superman movies, is expected to receive more than 11 million in tax credits. Superman Legacy projects it will hire this many Ohio residents, blah blah blah, and yeah. So, and then this Redditor argues that this got a decent amount of traction on Reddit, and James Gunn responded on Threads, denying the claim, right, which we already saw, and the answer is pretty clear to his question. If you look for it, I googled the government website for Ohio Motion Picture Tax Credit. The page includes this information. All information submitted in connection with an application is subject to public records information disclosure. So again, according to like the Ohio Revised Code 149, blah blah blah. And so again, like this was allowed to be posted publicly. It's accessible for public viewing. So again, so James Gunn is really trying to write this off. It's like his argument is, how were they even able to look at this? It's like, it makes no sense. Well, it makes sense why that would be the case. All right, so that's the situation with the Superman budget thing, and I think that's why it could be like, okay, it could be 3 hours long, it could be a very long movie, it could be a 3-parter potentially, it could be something else totally, it could be lumped in with all these other projects to also cover up the main budget for the first for just the Superman film. But I think there's a lot of arguments for against why this movie could be that much. So let's get to your comments, and I think you guys already have said something that we will move on to next. Okay. I rewatched the first TMNT yesterday. Which one was that? Far Cry Lego? And it was only 90 minutes. Oh, the original one from the 80s? Yeah, I think that's what it was. 80s. And it was only 90 minutes. It was bloody hell better than all films nowadays. There's a account on Letterboxd. His name is Revelix or Revelx, and he that's one of his favorite movies on there. So it's like one of my followers really loves that movie. So now you guys should like get to know one another and just talk about the TMNT movie. I hope that the movie doesn't get greenlit. Yeah, unfortunately, it already got greenlit. And then I give up on. Oh, hold on. Let's get to Nerd Center. They aren't going to scrap a Superman movie. So many characters we don't need in this movie. And yeah, what else? I think somebody else said something else about Perry White. Who was it? Perry White. Who said something about Perry White? Can't find it now. But Obscura Omission said the suit looked so bad. We haven't seen the suit really. It was just the emblem. And I think the emblem is like a combination. Most people said it was Kingdom Come, but it's clearly a combination of the Kingdom Come Kingdom Come emblem, as well as the classic one with the yellow outlines, because that's like what differentiates it from just the Kingdom Come symbol. He also continues to say, I gave up on comic book movies at this point, only care for the Batman. Hey, that makes one of us, because I'm not even interested in the Batman. Although, let me tell you something. Part 2 is going to have Robin, and because of that alone, because I'm like the Batman hater, number one, but because it's going to have Robin, Dick Grayson, that's the only reason why I'm even interested in that remotely. Well, of course I'm interested in talking about this stuff, as we're doing now, but I am not going to be watching. I haven't even watched the last Aquaman film. It's like, if I'm not watching a new Aquaman film, then you know you're doing something wrong. I haven't watched so many Marvel movies. I just talk about them because you don't need to watch these movies anymore to have an opinion on them. Unfortunately, the discussions around them have been diluted to the point where, you know, it's like the movies themselves are bad, right? So it's like, what could the discussion about the movie be? about the movie be? It's like, it's obviously it's going to be bad, and I don't want to waste my time with that. So just waste time. It's more fun to just talk about how it's going to suck and just take random clips that just reaffirm what you actually believed about the film. And it turns out that those clips are worse than what you expected out of the movies anyway. So that goes on to reaffirm what you already thought about them. So yeah, these movies are all trash. I 100% agree with you. With Superman Legacy, I think James Gunn is going to try to do. I thought he was going to try to do his best job with the character, and he was going to try to impersonate. He was going to try to impersonate the Americana, or like the Middle America Center, um, like the flyover states, as some would call them, and he was going to try to replicate the more classic traditional Superman, just to kind of go the easy route. But he's not going to be doing that, I think, which we'll get to as well. But I thought somebody. Oh, there we go. Obscure omissions. Good thing I did not omit this. Yet there's no Superman characters like Perry White. Lol. Yeah, speaking of him, you guys probably seen this. So let me just drop this here. Perry White is Perry. Let me be hilarious for a sec. Perry Black, of course, the most original joke in all of existence. Yes. It's like, at this point, come on. I think the argument doesn't have to be made. Although there's always those people that will say whatever just to, you know, the usual suspects will say, "Oh, this is 100% normal. You're racist for disagreeing with this casting choice." But of course, you know, it's the third time Perry has been turned into a black man, right? Into an Africano Americano. It's it started with Man of Steel, and then the people who said, "Oh, why do you care? Why do you care?" It's a character that's going to be, the race doesn't matter, right? Race doesn't matter for this character. It's a one-off thing. It's the best person for the job. And then they continue. So that was the first time. The second time they did Perry White. He was also black in the Adventures of Superman animated cartoon. Yes, the beta Superman from that animated cartoon, and masculine Lois Lane. He was black in that as well. That's the show. And then Jimmy Olsen was, I think, also black in that, because ginger side is real. So, and then this is going to be the third time, and it reminds you again of like Catwoman, who in the Harley Quinn animated series is also a black woman or a mixed race character now in an animated series. How come? And then when you tell people, hey, no, she's white, and you guys told us that this was a best person for the job thing, why is she now black even in the animated cartoon? Suddenly the people who said, oh, it's just is a one-off thing, or the people who said, oh, race doesn't matter for this character, or they said something to the extent of, what's the other thing that I said, best person for the job, suddenly they're like, oh yeah, just deal with it, haha. It's like, oh, okay, so you were not genuine at all with what you were saying. You were just using this side argument that you did not even believe in, because you just think what you think, and you're a seething crazy leftist. But yeah, which is hilarious, because for one of my Avatar streams, I made that comment I think I made that comment about like leftists, and then somebody got upset with me, and they were like, why are you even talking about leftists in an Avatar video? I don't know, who made the movie, who made the show. I'm pretty sure it wasn't right-wingers, right? So maybe that's why I mentioned them. But they were like, why are you even mentioning them? The MAGA crowd has really mind-wiped you. It's like, you shouldn't even be bringing up politics into this. The filmmakers sure did not mind bringing politics into it. Yeah. So, And then the other thing. So I did say that I thought that James Gunn maybe was going to have his attempt at doing something with this, right? I thought he would go for the more traditional route, but then something else came out, and let's pull this up as well. So stuff like this, again, does not spark confidence. I went from thinking, okay, this is going to be a bad movie, where James Gunn is going to at least attempt to replicate this perverted notion of, perverted by him, of course, notion of the American dream, American way, because now they've been using those phrases again, and maybe he's going to try to do that to an extent. But then you see tweets like this where, is Tom King involved in any way, script or consulting in the Superman movie? And he said, yes, Tom King was one of the first 3 people to read and give notes. Yeah, this movie is going to be awful, and I already knew Tom King was involved in his writers group alongside Christina Hudson, who worked on The Birds of Prey. It was her idea to add Harley Quinn into the team. It was her idea to turn Cassandra Cain into whatever that thing was. She's on his writing team as well. So this is the sort of people who are working on this film, and they're the ones who are giving him feedback. And I don't think I even have to get into who Tom King is, but I will. Of course I will, because I'm me. Let's see, because Tom King is the foremost expert of all on all things Superman. Yeah, I have no comment there, because he's ruined Batman, he's ruined the Flash, he's ruined. Who has he not ruined is my question. I don't think there's a character he has not ruined. So Tom King is, of course, this is him. He worked for the CIA. He's somewhat deranged right now because he worked for the CIA, and he is, let's just say he has psychotic episodes when he's writing his comic books. Whenever he's writing his dialogue, it is some of the trashiest thing you can even come across in the comic book sphere, and he has a lot of fans because of how pretentious his stories can get. He made Mr. Miracle suicidal all of a sudden, and this is what he wrote for Mr. Terrific, where he was thankful that his wife took an abortion. So let's read this. I don't want the baby. I don't know if it was because it's a swear word world, or just because I don't know. I worked too hard at being terrific. He talks like a white girl, by the way. But I wasn't interested in being a father or any of that. I think the guilt does drive me, yeah. All this dressing up and fighting nonsense. Again, that's what he's referring to as his superhero work. He calls it dressing up and fighting nonsense because, of course, a hero would say that. But being true, the guilt doesn't come from the kid dying. Nah, it's all about maybe being relieved that it did. So he's just happy that the baby died. And I guess it wasn't a abortion, but the baby died, and he's just glad that he got to be a single father, because that's an incredible stereotype at this point. He didn't have to leave, the baby did. Great. So that's Mr. Terrific. He also did this with Wally West, Heroes in Crisis. He wrote that incredible storyline where he basically had Wally West murder everyone, and DC had to walk back this storyline, pretend like it never happened. It was never a thing, but essentially every superhero went to this place called the Sanctuary, and they had their own psychological therapy session, and it was embarrassing. And one of the quotes that he was using in his articles, he did once say that Superman, he really found it interesting that Superman is this character who is powerful, and he really thought about how that could take a toll on him mentally, and he really thought that it was unrealistic for Superman to be this perfect superhero or to be this optimistic character. Deep down, he's actually more troubled. He said that about Superman in one of his in one of those DC magazines that they no longer do anymore. It was very short-lived, but he did say that about Superman. Not that we needed to hear that particularly about Superman, specifically about that character, because just going off of what he's done to all these other characters, like Booster Gold as well, you can see this guy hates these characters with a passion. He's also the writer, the clown who also wrote the Batman and Catwoman wedding, and yeah, that's like that whole debacle that he sort of then did like a bait and switch situation, and he turned a lot of comic stores against him at that moment. So this is who we're dealing with here. A guy who, oh, my favorite comic book by his. Hopefully you guys are seeing this, because I'm just dropping stuff left and right, and I think it should work. But this is one of his Riddler comic books by and the art is done by Mitch. Oh goodness, I'm forgetting his name now. But the artist is also, you might think, oh, this art is really good, but no, it's actually awful for a comic book, for interior art. If you look at everything, all the panels in this, they're awful. Just purely awful garbage stuff that he reuses the same art, the same stances, and that's the comic book. That's what you're paying for. Reuse art. And all of it is static. He got him to work on the whole Mr. Miracle storyline as well. You look at that again, a lot of characters that are just standing and talking to each other while they're eating food. It's bad. So there. This is the Riddler, by the way. Now you know what you did. One final time you got the end. To the end of the labyrinth. And there's your answer. Any other questions? There was a time on Instagram when I dissected the art in this comic book, because the argument is always that, oh, Tom King sucks, but he's always given the best artists, and it's always a shame that he wastes them. But I would argue, no, in this case, the art was almost just as bad. So yeah, look, it's the same stance. And you might think that, oh, it's just this one scene alone. No, it's the entire thing is this way. The entire comic book reuses all sorts of different panels from the page before, and it's embarrassing. And DC put this out. I'm not surprised why, because, well, DC is in a spot that I would not want them to be, but you know, they are lost cause as well. And that, as is their movie division now. This is just great. So Tom King just totally uses cuss words all the time in every single comic book. It's become a parody at this point. Oh no, did people find out about the Sergeant Essen? Or is it Sergeant? I think it's Sergeant. Yeah, because of the EEA. How you know, how you know, effing her and then forced her to transfer so you could hide your sexy affair from your pregnant wife. She worked for you, man. She had a career. And then, well, we know what came then, don't we? Poor thing. You come in blind and you leave seeing. What house is this? So, yeah. Again, look at the background. It's the same background with minor details that have been changed. Like, oh, there's a black rectangle here. And Gordon's facing. There's a lot of that happening in these comic books now. A lot of reusing of the same arts. So, that's the James Gunn situation. That's who's working on his team. Did I miss anything? I don't think I did. Oh yeah, there's this one. This is my favorite panel of Catwoman destroying Barry Allen. She somehow is able to get to him, and she was faster than the fastest man alive. She was able to beat him up and crack his bone a bit there. Yeah, I mean, this is who is working with James Gunn on the script. This is his writer's room. And that's just Tom King. I'm not even going to get into Christina Hudson and everyone else that's there. To be honest, I only know about Christina Hudson and Tom King, but if that's who they have on their team, then I'm even scared to look who else is there. So yeah, that's the James Gunn situation, and it's interesting because it makes you wonder, well, what is going to be this movie in the end? And like, I agree with a lot of you. I do not want this movie to happen at all. It'd be best for it to never happen. But unfortunately, we find ourselves in the place that we are in. And let's read your comments before we get into the game. So that was the first news story. It went on for about an hour, over an hour. But yeah, we'll get back to the game. Hopefully, we'll run into Poison Ivy because we saw her last time. And we'll hope for the best. And then once we're kind of through with that, I do want to get into some other topics like the Dune movie, although I don't know if any of you have watched the film, so I might leave that till the end for the spoiler discussion, if or perhaps some of you are not interested in the spoilers. So that's something I might even ask you guys, if you are okay with me spoiling the movie, or if you've already seen it. So let's see. CGI in Aquaman 2 was so bad. It was already spotty in the first one, but from what I understand, the CGI in the second one was even worse. So yeah, I have not seen it. I have not seen it either. Let's see. Obscure omissions. I gave up on comic book movies. We already read that. Nerd Center, so many characters. Okay, we read that. Woodcap, Superman alone has enough material to work with on his own. Instead, they're cramming in a lot of characters who have no place in the start of a Superman story. I agree. Like, that's common sense at this point. Oh, Hosky on Twitch says, third, who was the first? Third, who was the first? Who was I referring to? Who are you referring to? Oh, Sag. Good lord. What was that? He was probably referring to he was reacting to, but I was showing him. Those were good times. Panels never like this. Never get talked about. I wonder how many people can defend this. Yeah, people don't really talk about this, the panels things, because most people don't even talk about comic books anymore, so it's like, obviously no one's going to care about comic books in general, and most people don't care about the art style. As I mean, the thing about people is they look at art and they're like, oh, that looks good enough, right? Therefore it must mean it's good art. But they don't think about the composition, or in the case of comic books, they don't think about other stuff that's really important to know about, like how it works with all the other panels. What about the page layout? And I understand we're kind of getting into comic book nerd discussions. What is this? Oh, they're just reading stuff, okay? See, they don't even read comic books. They're like, okay, this is a comic book video game, but we're gonna read books about something. Is he reading the Bible? I think he is. And so most people don't care about this stuff, unfortunately, because comic books are no longer popular like they used to be, and they were, despite what some people might tell you. Of course, with print media, everything has gone away. Oh, he saw me, crap. And what am I supposed to do? Oh, they're coming for me. Oh, great. It's over for me. How do I escape? There's nothing to grapple onto. Oh, crap. It's over for me. Okay. Do we have a new weapon that I forgot about? Oh, no. I just screwed myself. I should have stayed there. Do you guys think they're gonna see me? He saw me. Oh wow, I can't believe they didn't kill me. Wow. I didn't even get shot once. Stefan Paltu. The reason I don't want Superman is because Goku fans will become intolerable when they emasculate Superman. Oh, so you think, I see. So you think they're going to emasculate Superman, and as a result, they're going to make him, the Goku fans will rejoice. Because, okay, I see what you're saying. That's a possibility. But, will they do that to Superman? Would they go that far? I would not be surprised. But when it comes to the main characters, I think James Gunn has been pretty safe when it comes to emasculation, although with Star-Lord, he became like a dude bro who was lazy and depressed. He was depressed for half a movie. So I like this place. It looks very beautiful. Very green. Hang. Never mind, it did not work. So I'm aware, of course I'm aware of the Goku versus Superman beef, but I didn't know it was going to be that bad in terms, like, I thought that those discussions already ended years ago with the death battle stuff, but apparently not. People are still, yeah, I can hear you. People are still obsessed with the Goku versus Superman thing. It's like, oh, of course Superman is going to win. Why is anyone even questioning this part?
He's nothing. Not even sure he's real.
Of course I'm real. What are those cables? I assume it's hacking computer stuff. Okay. I really thought that the discussions around Superman and Goku would have ended. What does it take for people to... Let's get this guy. Come over here, yes. What would it take for people to finally stop? Let's drop. How do we drop? Crap, not this stuff again. Not, oh great. I'm just gonna get killed. See, this is what happens. I try to be cool and be the greatest player of all time, and I end up dying, I end up suffering because I'm just too good of a player. The game has to be like, no, you're not gonna land where you want to land. You're gonna have to end up on this other ledge. Oh, shut up, you clowns. Just eat this at this point. Cry about it. If I get shot one more time, I'm gonna die. I think I should just kill myself at this point. Because it's like, we're gonna do all this work. I wanted to drop underneath him, literally. I wanted to drop under him, and it did not. I knew it was not that. There we go. That's so stupid. Shut up, Joker.
I thought you'd last longer.
Use gargoyles in detective mode to survey the location and plan your attack. No, really. I did not know that game. Let's see. It's like how they changed Iris to black in the animated movies too. Wait, hold on. Let's get him before he runs away. Oh yeah, I can see what you're saying. Who said that? Iris. Nerd Center. Yes.
Joker wants to stop. I'm gonna do it.
Now what? Should we even go there anymore?
In clear view. Do you idiots need glasses?
The whole Iris situation, yeah. What else has she starred in? Was there any animated series? Come here, boy. Come here. Oh my gosh.
Anyone got a way out of this?
Of course.
We gotta find him or we're next. You hear me?
You guys gotta work with me here. I guess we'll just have to wait for them. What else has Iris been in that made her black? I think there was something else. Oh yeah, the movies, the Snyder films also made her black. Right. Oh, this is our chance. Can we get him still?
Listen, then. I'm reasonably sure there's no truth to the rumor Batman drinks human blood. At least I don't think so.
Yeah. But is there anything else like an animated cartoon? That's what I'm wondering. from here. These guys are incredibly easy. See, all it takes is for you to just not hang around like these guys, but come on, come on, come on. Oh crap, I keep forgetting. Okay, maybe that's a bad idea now. Go to the other guy, guys. Yeah, yeah.
We'll come back when the bat is dead.
You guys should split up. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, that's right. Come over here. Yeah, okay. Come over here.
Joker wants the bat.
It's over for you, Joe. Smell my armpit. That's right. There we go. Are you guys done with this stuff? Come on, just move. Move, move. This guy's stuck in there, like, he's not moving. Let's just get this clown.
Man down! Man down!
What are you doing, sir? Oh, he's waiting here. He was waiting for me just to get killed, okay? Okay, how do we... There we go. And slam. Now for this guy, who is going to also die. The same painful death. Finally he moves. He's probably scared. I would be too, honestly. Just think about it. This giant behemoth of a Batman is scouring for you. He's looking for you. And it's over. It's over. At this point... Oh wow, we did it stealth. Wow, we did not end on a glide kick. That should be an accomplishment for me.
Really? He beat you all.
I watched the episode of that new Superman cartoon and immediately I wanted to jump off a bridge. I would want to jump off a bridge as well. But I do have the stamina to survive. I mean, I have watched the clips as well. I just watched the clips again. It's like, I know I'm going to hate it. I know who this show is, who is trying to cater to. So might as well just not watch it. And not give them the attention they want. Although, you know, sometimes I'm stuck, guys. I'm stuck. Okay, I'm back. Guys, I'm stuck. Help me. I'm stuck. I'm literally trying to move. And I can't move because I'm stuck. What if I drop? That's not what I wanted to do, but whatever. Is this a riddle? No? Okay. Hopefully... Okay, good. I thought I was stuck for a second. That would have been insane. Oh, this is definitely a Mad Hatter reference. What do you guys think? What time is tea time in Wonderland? See, I didn't even know what the riddle was, and I was like, ha! Definitely a reference to the Mad Hatter. No. Good. Is there anything else here? Can we travel around these parts? No, not yet. Those crickets. I can hear cricket noises. Cool. Alright, because Tom Taylor is the foremost expert in all things Superman. Who is this guy? Tom King is a former CIA agent. At this point, it's demoralization. Good point. I agree with you probably. He knows what he's doing. But at the same time, there's something unhinged about him where I'm like, maybe you're just extremely awkward and you're trying to get back at everyone from high school because everyone made fun of you. And that's why you pursued. Remember the Waynes. How could anyone forget? He strikes me as this guy. He has that sort of look to him where he's like, it looks like he's been bullied by somebody in high school, you know? And now he's trying to get back at his friends. He's like, I'll show you guys. I'll get the last laugh. And he's just putting out the worst stuff to get revenge on everyone, including us. Like we did anything to him. It's like, dude, Hosuke on Twitch, CW, The Flash, Iris was black. Yes.
Said your first offer to help Gotham was rejected. How can you possibly believe that?
Well, what do you mean?
You released thousands of poisonous spores into Gotham, killed hundreds of people. How does that help anybody?
I'm not interested in bodies, Doctor. Horrible, fleshy sacks walking around destroying my poor babies with their greed and arrogance.
But aren't you one of those fleshy sacks? Were a doctor too. How can you turn your back on us?
Quite easily as it happens. But not you, Stephen. You're different. I feel we have a connection.
Really? You do?
Of course.
I was hoping she would explain. She would explain why she's so attracted to him. But Hosuke also says there were good times, panels. Oh, I read that. Reminds me of Slade stabbing Wally. From what was that from? When did Slade stab Wally? Changing the color of skin is an animated movie. In an animated movie is crazy. The agenda is real. Yeah, it's like they're not even hiding it anymore. They have nothing to show for. They have nothing to hide. Did we go this way? Apparently not. Oh.
Stop, please. I'm not in.
I'm not here, guys.
He's in the back.
Oh crap, they saw me. Okay, if you guys want me to. Bum, 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 bum. This should be easy. Oh, what happened? Oh, I didn't even see his... Okay, see, that's why you should turn this off. Oh, come on, I hit him. Oh, come on, controls work with me here. Oh gosh, this is amazing. I should have gone for that guy first. Oh yeah, get this guy first. Good. Yeah, good. Let's approach that dude. I don't know, it depends if you say please. Who are you anyway? Arkham Janitor? Oh no, poor guy. Anyway, let's go. We have a city to save. Or an asylum to save? I guess I'll help you. Question is, what is it? What is it in it for me? What do I get out of this, huh?
Thanks. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I eat punks like these for breakfast. What were they doing in here?
The ones that weren't hitting me went over there and started doing something to the power controls. I have no idea what they were doing.
Nerd Center says that he has the guy from Daredevil 2. What do you mean by he has the guy from Daredevil 2? The writer. Oh, he's been a writer for Daredevil 2. Okay.
Looks like Joker has booby-trapped this control box. This is going to be tougher than before, but it's a risk I'll need to take.
What if this is going to start off a countdown once I solve this? Come on, we got it. We got it. Just do it one more time. Come on. It's the Batman playing on his PlayStation. Oh, come on. Okay, I see. It's very sensitive now. There we go. Hold it. Good. So we got one of them. Oh, come on. What is this? Is this underground? It would appear so. Go up. What was the objective? What should we get? You guys should decide what we should get. There's one more health upgrade. And then this is locked. Then there's the Batarang stuff. And it looks like we have some other stuff. That's what we have to choose from. You guys can choose. And so I guess I'll ask you guys a question in the chat. It's like, have you guys watched the new Dune movie? The new Dune movie. And we'll make the options yes, no, and don't care. Oh right, you guys said that I need the armor for a fight. But so far we've been doing pretty good so far, and I figured we're gonna save that for a fight, so we'll definitely do that. Don't I wrote don't armor in one of the options. Don't care, that's what we want. Have you watched the new Dune movie? And the guys on Twitch, you guys can just answer. Because I want to know if it's like, yes, I have watched it, no, I have not watched it, and I don't care. Which I guess would be no. But then again, I want to know if it's like, no but planning to. Maybe that should be the second option. Yeah, that should be it. No, but planning to. And then no, don't care. There we go. I do not care. So the three options are yes, no, but planning to, and then no, don't care. Okay, start this poll. There you go. The writer scanned the dead guards with the books. Dead guards with the books. Oh, those guys that were reading them. See, I only got to your comment now. Can we go back there? I think we have to leave this place anyway. Right? Map and objectives. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back regardless. Track Harley Quinn's movements. Locate Titan production facility. Because what's up with these boxes here? It's like we're supposed to hack into them, right? Or no? Wait. We destroyed that thing. What did that do? It deactivated whatever this was. Can you help me?
I thought the gardens would be the last place those escaped goons would be interested in. So much for logic in this place.
Okay. What was this? Hold on. Modified to release Joker toxin if tampered with. Caution advised. Well, it's not a very good device then, because we were tampering with it just then, and it did not do anything. Again, why am I stuck? Okay. Can we do it from afar? I can't. I guess our connection sucks. We have no reception here. Okay, let's leave this place. So we got 3 wires down. Or, no, none of them. Remember the Waynes, how could anyone forget? I guess the thing about this game is that you're supposed to scan everything. That's what I'm getting out of it.
Well, aren't you the persistent one, Bats? Always one step ahead. It won't be long before I have an army of Titan monsters at my fingertips. Ooh, just imagine me being carried through the streets.
Let's see,
stepping
Goku
over the
fans are
corpses
already
of all those
intolerable.
innocent citizens. It's going to be glorious, so I can't wait.
Let's go get that book. Is the number something about the guards? There it is. Let's see if it works. I assume it does. Huh? Is the number up for these guards? I don't get what that was supposed to entail. So yeah, apparently Goku fans have always been annoying. I mean, why though? Why are they annoying? Is it because they hate Superman? What's up with them? It's like, or are they just one of those people that constantly say, oh yeah, Goku's the best at everything, he can defeat anyone. I assume that would be it, huh? These noises here, there's like this, something mystical about this sound here. And I guess this was it? Let's see. Iris was black and the new DC animated movie, Justice Society. Oh, wow. See? Oh, a new cutscene.
Stop this now, before it goes too far.
We can get to him. Use your grappling hook now. Come on. Bruce, do it. No.
This rate, you'll never
Yeah,
catch
with
me.
when you talk to him instead of doing something, of course you won't.
I need to find a way through this mess.
Some of his lines are just pure gold. I eat these guys for breakfast. It's stuff I would not expect Batman to say necessarily. Maybe, is this electric? No. Suspicious. Maybe like Silver Age Batman, I would expect him to say anything really. Woodcap, if they're close to the edge, you can use the bat claw to pull them down. If they're close to the edge. Oh, and what does that do? Does it knock them out? Or are they kind of dizzy on the ground? Excuse me. Let's see, what else is here? What? What? Oh, there we go. Yep, Mad Hatter, scan that bench. What? Am I really that behind on the chat? Which bench? Oh well, I assume we'll come back there anyway. I guess not. Oh well, too bad. Hopefully it wasn't anything too interesting. I've been bullied in school. Oh. Well. Haven't we all been bullied in school? It's like, come on. Just get over it. Get over some mean kids. Live with it. And just I don't know what to tell you, Tom King. You gotta get a life. You gotta get... I think he has a wife. I wonder what that's like to be her. Just think about it. To have Tom King as your husband. I think it was Diversity in Comics, now known as Yo Boy Zach. He said that Tom King just wants to marry his mom, and he was not allowed to. So, and now he's writing comic books where the love interest is his mom, who mommies him all the time. Hey, we've been here. Oh, what is that creepy voice? Uh-oh, creepy. Oh no, it's the Joker, okay. Oh.
This area is falling apart. It's not safe to use the grapple.
Yeah.
Climb up. The old-fashioned way.
Climb up or climb down? See, there's like so many ways to go. The music is getting intense. I don't know how you guys are hearing it right now. Hosuke, on the Goku fans, it's power scaling. Goku fans always think Goku can beat Superman, and I assume it would also mean they think he can beat anyone. We have the city to save. That quote belongs to the second game, dude. No, I haven't seen it. Haven't been to a movie theater in 4 years. Wow, really, Hosuke? So what was the last movie you watched in the movie theaters then? I'm interested to hear what it was, if you even remember what it was. So, obviously you do not care about Dune if you haven't watched it. At this point, I'm just interested to see where this is going to lead us. Did we come from this? I think we came from this side. Yeah, we did. Okay. Oh, crap. Oh, what was that? Oh, whatever. If it was a secret, again. We got other stuff to do. Let's just progress further. Although, I'm tempted to see what's there. That's the adventure in me. Oh, you can drop down there? Oh, that's tempting. I gotta go. I'm sorry. It's just too tempting not to. What do we have here? What if Killer Croc is gonna come after us? I guess we can go this way. And what's this? There we go. Oh yeah, so Far Cry Lego says, I was bullied in school, but I didn't make stuff up. Make this stuff. You have to jump over the back of the electric guys. Yeah, we figured that out. No, you guys gotta let me be a failure for once. I know it's hard to watch sometimes, but I gotta be able to learn on my mistakes. Gotta look at my mistakes and be like, I can be better. And, you know, a real man, a real individual, a real free thinker is allowed to make mistakes. Remember that. So keep your comments to yourself. No, just kidding. I really appreciate you guys helping me out. The Ratcheter needed more than just the charm to lead his army. Or Archie. It was army, probably. Jump. Jump, fat man.
Help me!
What?
Capture him! Please, stop. I told you what you wanted to know. You got everyone. Please.
See, now this guy's getting bullied.
You can let me go.
And you promise you won't tell anyone about Joker's plan? Well, okay then. Help this guy to his feet. Then shoot him in the face.
Woodcap, not interested in Dune.
Wait, but you said...
What? Did you think we just let you
Yeah,
walk
exactly
out of here?
that. Power scalers really annoy me, especially when it comes to Dragon Ball Z.
I'm gonna kick you a bit more, then when you pass out,
You guys leave that guy
I'll
alone.
back
Just
in
split
there,
up
throw you
already.
down the hall. Let all your friends watch.
Oh, they're not done.
How much more can you take, toilet scrubber?
Let's see how long he can take. Should we wait this out and see how long he can take it? No, let's just go. I was gonna do it, but clearly they want us to intervene. It's me, yes. It's the bat counters. Stupid. Ooh, whoa. Those splits. Hey, man. Get up. Don't waste my time. Just talk to me already. Smell my armpit.
Are you okay?
Do I look okay? They were gonna kill me. We were in the aviary hiding out, and they came in with Joker.
Miles Morales, what are you doing here?
In the cages.
Are they still in there?
Why are you hunching, dude?
No one's
I
gone
thought you were
out
supposed to
since.
be invincible.
You got to help them.
What are
Stay
you doing
here.
at Arkham? Typical crazy man right here. Rescue the other guys held by the orderlies. Yeah. Listen, Miles. You're a fake Spider-Man. You do not deserve to be here.
All my buddies tied up in cages.
Just stand still. Just gotta make sure you stay out of this mess. Put you out of your misery. What? Are you kidding me? Even in this game you don't want to die? Well, crap. How do we get to the other side? I assume we need the new thing that we don't have just yet. Oh, watch this be some top secret thing that we have to scan. Nope, never mind. Okay, let's just go to these guys. Oh, here's a park bench. Let's scan this. Did not work. Here, there's a statue lady without a head. So far, no poison ivy. Which means, it's interesting that the profiles they use for them, she's got some different outfit than she does in the game. Oh, creepy. Oh. Great, another stealth sequence. There's no closet in the garden, so something. I do think that the riddles go on too quickly. They disappear too quickly. I mean, what time is tea time in Wonderland? Yeah, see, it's like showing me what I already solved. I want to see what I can solve. I want to solve. Let's see. Oh yeah, about the power scalers thing.
Help me!
Hold on, something's happening.
Get me out of this thing!
Listen, the bat is on the way. If you see him, send the annoying doctors to hell. That's the down one, right?
Yeah, they're going down.
Good. And remember, if you hear a collar go off, Batman's here.
Mm-hmm.
Joker's men are all wearing the security collars. I'll need to take out the operator first.
The operator. Let's find the operator. The thing about power scalers is that they are some of the most, and I am going to generalize here, they are very obnoxious because it's like, and I got a lot of friends who are power scalers, so they're gonna get mad at me for saying this. I never told them this, but I do find most power scalers annoying only because they always, of course, they think they know everything. Most of them. And they don't really take into account. I mean, I appreciate the fact that they're willing to be objective about things. But sometimes, you know, it's very difficult to be consistent when it comes to comic book characters or power scaling in general.
Batman's as good as dead.
Excuse me? Bro did not just say that. Oh crap, no, 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 I meant to tackle the operator first. Oh, it's over for me, isn't it? Yeah, it's over. I should have found the operator first. And
You
this is,
forget about my little alarm, Bats. Shame on you. Drop
see,
the
I
cage.
forgot. Oh crap. I forgot about what I was doing for a second. Oh.
Too easy. Played you like a violin and cut your strings. Nighty-night, Bats.
The asylum holds many secrets. Who knows how many? So yeah, it's difficult to be consistent. Skip, skip, skip. It's difficult to be consistent as a power scaler because comic book stories can be outrageous. And what they end up doing is they're like, okay, so post-crisis Superman or pre-crisis Superman is a different character than the post-crisis one, or so that makes sense, right? But then they're like, okay, which version of Superman do you want to go with? So instead of saying, even though they're all the same version technically, they always specify which version they want.
Batman's as good as dead.
Hey, so we made a circle here. Lol. I like how quiet he is about this. I mean, and the thing about power scalers is that they are very passionate is one thing to say, but I don't know, sometimes just petty. Because if you say one thing, then they're like, oh no, it's wrong because this other thing that I read about. And it's like, okay, but then what about the other people who disagree with you? And it's always difficult to kind of understand where they're coming from. Which guy's the operator? Condition calm. And I feel like most of them are ready to be on the defensive. It's like if you bring up anything, they're already ready to kind of just start something. Which guy is the operator? How do I get over there? Yeah, we definitely don't want to go there.
Stopped. I'm gonna do it.
The operator is in the top room. I mean that makes sense. It's probably that guy, but how do we get up there? I guess here. Okay. So I like this because it's not your usual stealth mission. They're doing something else to, you know, they're throwing you off balance. Instead of just doing a stealth mission, you're also now doing something else, which is that you have to just try to avoid them. Now, I'm probably not going to make that jump.
Joker wants him stopped. I'm gonna do it.
So they're breaking up the formula for sure. So it seems most of you don't seem to care about Dune, which is interesting. Makes sense. It says 60% of you do not care, and I'm trying to see the rest, but it's hiding away from me. So I assume the other ones are, of course, in the minority. But that probably means that there are some people who are interested, so that's good to know. Not interested in Dune. Yeah, exactly that. Power scalers, blah blah blah. Sounds like a line from Brave and the Bold, Batman. It's hard to help because you read chats well after you get past things. Well, you know, I used to do it in a way, and I'm saying it like I did it a long time ago. But I used to be like, I used to try to read them as I was playing, but that just ended up backfiring. How do we get up here? But keep commenting because it helps out. And in case I read something much later, I can always backtrack. Plus, I'm caught up now. Stefan, isn't Dune just Arabic mythology by a European? I mean, I don't know if it's Arabic. Yeah, it is inspired by the Middle Eastern tales of mainly Muslim storylines or the Muslim faith. It's a commentary on organized religion. This is not the operator, is it? Oh no! Bro sounds fruity ass. Hey. Thank you, sir. Bonky.
Nighty night, bats.
Well, at least we know what to do now. Oh. That was the operator, seriously? Okay, well. See, this is why I don't read the chat while I play the game. It's like, once you look, once you move out with your eyesight, and you make, just skip. I just stop losing, what's it called? Focus. I lose focus. Yes.
Men are all wearing the security collars. I'll need to take out the operator first.
And it's difficult to focus on everything at once.
Batman better not try
So,
with us.
On Dune, it's a critique of organized religion, and I have no idea how these guys don't hear me. Once we get the operator, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get the operator and see what happens. If nothing else major happens, then we will continue as we will then pause and move on to like the other segment, which honestly isn't that long. I'll take a look at the Dune thing. Actually, let's oh, actually more people are now interested in Dune. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna end the poll in, let's take down the operator, and you guys have a final minute to respond. See, I want to get this right now. Oh, I'm gonna fail. Watch. See, it didn't. The takedown did not show up. So I had to punch him. I would have failed had I not done that. Let's see, Hosuke. Okay, I'm ending the poll. Let's see. Hosuke on Twitch says, I got bullied in school, but I deserved it. Yeah. It was supposed to be Endgame, but it was this week ass movie called Queen and Slim. A family film. A family friend made it. No excuse for it being bad, though. So at least it was a family film. What if we were the ones who pulled the lever? Yeah. Now we can destroy them.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means you're dead. or knocked out. So you did not see Endgame in theaters. That's good. I mean, it's definitely overrated because it's just a bad movie if you think about it. So, but I did enjoy it when I first saw it. I was like, oh crap! I did not expect him to come here. It makes sense because we knocked out a bunch of people there. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh yeah, I was supposed to end the poll. Let's do that after this cutscene, I guess.
Joker wanted the entrance to the Titan production plant guarded.
Okay, let's end the poll. Let's see what you guys are saying. So, 50% of you say, no, don't care. Okay. And then 33% says, no, but planning to. And yes. And then the 60% says yes. Okay, cool. So that means 33% of you are interested to see it still. So that's good to know. Although it's sometimes hard to tell because sometimes people will enter the chat and others will not. And then some people will just leave. And those who said, yeah, I'm interested, end up leaving throughout the stream, which is understandable. Let me ask you this then. Do you care about Dune spoilers? Yes, no. And of course we're referring to the new movie. Dune 2 spoilers. There we go. And so that's a question for Twitch people who say, I guess no. I would assume Hosky doesn't care. Is there anybody else watching on Twitch? No. We did have somebody at one point, somebody else. Let's see. Sounds like a line from Batman Brave and the Bold. And let's scroll down. Okay, let's get to these guys. If you hate Dune 2 so much, why are you so invested in it? Well, because I was not a hater. I don't hate it that much. I think it's definitely overrated. I think people are overrating the film, and I think that's a problem within itself. I hate the idea of people overrating stuff, overhyping stuff. I hate that idea more than the movie itself. There are, however, movies that I do hate. Like, for example, Across the Spider-Verse, that are also overhyped, that are overrated, and so that's something that overlaps. But in this case, in the case of Dune 2, I think it's a, well, we'll get to it, but I think it's a, are you kidding me, lol? I wanted to talk to him. It's a mediocre film, at best. And we'll get into it, I just want to make sure that I don't
I thought I was gonna pass out. I can't stand heights.
Spoil anything for anyone. So I think we'll keep that for the last thing.
Sorry. I thought I was working for Dr. Young. I had no idea.
Whoa, his eyes.
He burst in the lab.
Where is the lab?
Whoa.
Back over there. I always get buzzed through. There's a hidden door, but, well, you know, it's hidden.
I'll find it. Stay here.
We found something else.
Pamela, I got you what you asked for. Do you like it?
Oh, yes, Stephen, I love it. Such a beautiful flower. Do you mind if I keep it?
Oh, no, Pamela, I can't leave it. It's against all the rules. I'll just bring it and show it to you when I visit.
But it's me, Stephen.
I'm still waiting for her response as to why she betrayed the human race.
Be lonely, would you?
No, of course not. Keep it. Just don't let anyone see. Really, no one.
You can trust me, Stephen. Thank you. Now give me a kiss.
I can't.
No one's watching. What's wrong with you?
Call
Don't
me
you
Ivy.
love me? Call me Ivy.
Of course I love you.
Brother is getting groomed. Alright, let's see. Across the Spider-Verse is just peak. You just a window licker. Maybe. Who knows? But I do not think it was peak at all. I think it was insulting to Spider-Man in general. I think the whole movie was just a mockery of everything Spider-Man related. I mean, it really is just a compilation of all these different characters that are supposed to be sold on the lunchbox, and that's it. That's all they exist for. And then they're trying to prop Miles off of Peter, who Peter Parker isn't even acting like Peter in that movie. It's extremely disappointing, and not just disappointing because you kind of expect that with Miles Morales, though.
They got all my buddies tied up in cages.
What is that noise? Track Harley Quinn's movements, locate Titan. Oh, I guess we were supposed to go back there, right, guys? Maybe not. Destroyed. I kind of did not listen to what the guy was saying. I'm gonna admit. Are we supposed to go back to the place where we met those guys or not?
Where is Dr. Kellerman?
How should I know, Warden?
That tape was not there before, was it?
I have no time for your games, Miss Isley. Tell me where you have him.
Go back, okay. I assume go back to the room where the operator was, right?
We know you hypnotized him, or whatever it is you do. We know he took you somewhere, but conveniently, security cameras across the island were mysteriously covered by leaves and flowers at 3 a.m. Now tell me what it is.
I'm not saying a word unless you do exactly what I tell you to do.
Alright. So I assume when you say go back, you're talking about this place here, right? Not over here. Not south, but north, right? We're going to have to go back north. Let me know while we move on to the next segment of our discussions. Yes. So you said go back, but again, let me know. Far Cry Lego says, it very bad. Once you think about the plot, it starts to break apart. Also, Miles Morales is this untouchable kid who's outsmarts everybody. How many Spider-Man does he have to outsmart? You know, he's like gifted, not just gifted. He has so much plot armor. It's insane. The story doesn't even care at this point. Let me leave this. All right. Woodcap, Across the Spider-Verse did so much damage to the character, and it bothers me that people shill for it. It's usually the new Spider-Man fans or the fans who are very casual. It goes back to what I say about references in media. Every Spider-Man thing, every Spider-related thing is now the pointing Spider-Man meme. How many times have they reused that meme? It's been abused to death at this point. They constantly use that thing to appeal to the normies because they realize that if you actually reference the comic books, people would not actually be able to reference them, right? They wouldn't be in on the reference because they're normies. So the companies end up tailoring to the needs of the most common denominator. And so that's what we end up getting. Instead of honing a dedicated fan base who then elevates the material beyond just the basics, you know, it should be a acquired taste that is extremely popular, right? It's like these things should be popular, of course. I want Spider-Man to be popular to a point. You know, I don't want it to be just accessible to to a person who was never interested in it to begin with, and they need some sort of distraction to keep them interested. Like, for example, the thirst trap that is Miguel O'Hara. They had to do that stuff, or they had to introduce all these tokenized Spider-Man to attempt to appeal to a different crowd. Partly that's why they did it. And the Spider-Verse is a Pandora's box. Once you introduce the Spider-Verse, and once you introduce the multiverse period, it is going to have incredibly negative consequences to the stories that you're going to put out, because at that point you have so many different characters. And again, it's especially apparent in Across the Spider-Verse, because you have all these characters, right? They're running around and they're all struggling. Characters with so much experience as Spider-Man and Spider-Woman, and they're all struggling to catch one novice. Let's call him a novice, because let's be generous for once to Miles. But that's what he is, a novice who's still trying to get a hang of things. And just think about it this way: Peter Parker has, spider senses. How come they always forget about the Spidey sense? And then all the other ones who have this technology, they have X-rays, they have robots, they have all sorts of things, and yet they forget about them. Let's see. Atlas says, Far Cry Lego type when you can form. Oh, I see. Let's see. Moodcap, the crew behind the movie's idea of building up their own stupid characters to knock Peter down. That's the other thing. And it does that, and it waters down Spider-Man. Spider-Man, who is Peter Parker. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Miles Morales is Miles Morales. And they're trying to water down the white characters. As always, they're trying to create more of them to just diminish their impact that they have on the world and in the culture. And to make it more accessible to, or I guess more appealing. I guess accessible is the word there, the wrong word there. But they're trying to make it more appealing, for one. Even though those people, certain groups, are already interested in Spider-Man, right? So at this point, you're trying to get more people to come in, and what? North, yes. Okay, that's good to know. Can we discuss the rumors that you're fruity? It sounds more interesting. Huh, I did not know that. Those are really the rumors out there, is that true? It's so funny when anti-woke channels praise Across the Spider-Verse, even though it promotes all the things they criticize, says Eclipse. I 100% agree with you. I think that what you're saying doesn't only apply to Across the Spider-Verse. No Way Home. I remember when that came out and people were praising it. Everyone, all those anti-woke channels. It's like I enjoyed watching The Critical Drinker, right? And I do think he has a lot of insightful commentary. But when I heard his review of Spider-Man No Way Home, he basically acknowledged everything wrong with the movie. But because everybody was praising it, he just decided to drink the Kool-Aid on that one. And at that point, I was just confused. And then I saw his review of Free Guy as well. That was a very similar scenario where everybody was saying that it's a great film, even though it was not. It was in a lot of ways worse than a lot of the Marvel movies that were coming out at that time, because it had all that diversity quotas, all the diversity quotas, all the toxic masculinity commentary in there, and all the cheap nostalgia bait and brands. It had all these different references to all these different franchises in this one movie, and they were using it to artificially hype people up. I did not expect you guys to write so much, seriously, because I wanted to move on to a different segment. At the same time, it's a shorter one as well, so I guess it works out in the end. NTS movies. Gregory, what do you think about, I don't know what that is. Dragon S Losers, is that what it's called? I don't know what that is. You have to tell me what it is. NTS movies. Far Cry Lego. To me, the best Spider-Man version outside the comics is still the 90s and Spectacular Spider-Man. Yeah, Spectacular Spider-Man is awesome, even though it's, of course, more about the high school version of the character. So they make a lot of changes to those stories as well. But it very, very much honors those comic books, those Steve Ditko comic books as well, which is so nice of him to do. Because they don't get enough love anymore. And so that was kind of the last of that sort of story, of that sort of Spidey storytelling, where it was very much about just Spider-Man doing the street level crime fighting, and it had a lot of crime drama elements to it as well, with Tombstone and Hammerhead. That was great. People using the pointing Spider-Man memes remind me of new Star Wars fans who beat the memes into the ground. Yep, well said, Moodcap. Let's see. Moodcap. Yeah, I want Spider-Man to be popular, but not if it means they're gonna change everything about him. No, Spider-Man is everyone, says Atlas. Anyone can be Spider-Man. Stan Lee said that himself. Did he say that? He said that in the movie, right? That was a line that they got him to say. But I think what you might also be referring to was when Stan Lee said that the great thing about Spider-Man is that he's wearing a mask. So that means that anyone could be able to identify with him, almost like the mask, it doesn't show if he's white or black or brown or anything of that sort. So it makes it immediately more easy. It makes it easier to identify with the character because you don't see what his skin color is. And that's what he said. He didn't say, he didn't mean it in a way that said, oh yeah, anyone can take the mantle of Spider-Man, because Stan Lee never even intended it to be a mantle, right? You're already kind of projecting your modern take of Spider-Man onto it. And I think that's the issue with a lot of the Spider-Verse fans, is that they're taking a very modern approach to the character. And what they're doing is they're mixing it all up and saying, oh yeah, this is, because it was in a movie called Into the Spider-Verse, therefore that's what the Spider-Man canon is all about. When no, just because you introduce something later on, and then, it makes no sense in that moment, but then you continue, if you double down on it, and you say, well, it's true because it was true in the past with Into the Spider-Verse. Well, no, it was wrong then, and it continues to be wrong now. So yeah, the phrase "anyone can be Spider-Man" by Stan Lee, it was intended to be, it was meant to say anyone can identify with him. That's what that meant. Whereas the Spider-Verse movie does actually say, hey, anyone can be Spider-Man. Like, literally, you just have to be. And they do make a joke in the movie where it's like, hey, it's supposed to be a metaphor, but then at the end of the movie, it turns out that it was not a metaphor. And that's the whole thing with Spider-Verse. Spider-Man is for common man, not people who live in their mother's basement. It's more of a mother's attic, I would say, not a basement, but I get what you're saying. I think there is something to be said about people who, not just like, you could even include me in this category, where we talk about this stuff like Batman, Spider-Man, and technically that should be for kids, right? It used to be for kids, but over time, going into the 70s and then the 80s, with the Frank Millers and Alan Moores of the world, they came in and basically made it about, they tailored it towards a more mature audience. And then over time in the 90s, it just became a lot more adult oriented, to the point where now the comics themselves are just for those guys. And it's kind of weird. It's weird because it was always meant for kids, and that changed over time. Same thing with Star Wars. And then again, we are the main audience, right? But I think it goes on. It's the same thing with women who love Taylor Swift. They love her because she represents a younger version of who they used to be, or even, you know, younger girls still enjoy her, just like younger boys still enjoy Marvel stories. They might not read all of them, but I think there's still an audience there with the younger boys. But yeah, but the main audience that currently is the older men, right? The old guys in their 30s, 40s, and 20s, I guess you could say as well. And it kind of tells you where we are at in society, but you know, it's also like, who do you blame for all this? It's like, technically, we should not be fans of this stuff, right? Like older people, because they should grow up, move on, not play video games and all that stuff. But at the same time, it has impacted so much of our lives. It has had an immense impact on our culture, and it continues to. All these brands, that's why they're constantly focusing on IPs all the time. So it's reached like a point with phones where it's like, oh yeah, technically we are addicted to phones. It's a problem, but at the same time, if I were an individual who decided I'm not going to be using a phone, suddenly I become an outcast in the society, or I become out of touch, or you know, you could go through a list of different reasons. So it's a somewhat, I guess, not a one-to-one comparison, but it's a good comp, I would say. I found your, I don't know what that is again, with the O3s. Nerd Center, I was implying that anyone can aspire to be like Spider-Man, like how anyone can find similarities to Peter and what he goes through. Totally, yeah, anyone can relate to him. And even then, it's like he takes off his mask by the end of the day. The stuff you see him struggle with on a day-to-day basis is when he's not wearing a mask. Most of the time, because, of course, he monologues a lot. Exactly, Nerd Center, says Eclipse. NTS movies gonna play a drinking game whenever Gregory says a right-wing buzzword. I'm taking a shot. You're gonna die, my man. Don't do it. You're gonna be... Okay, now you're just retracting messages. Yeah, you're gonna die. Don't do it. Mudcap, Free Guy having Taika Waititi above is enough of a reason for me to hate it. Wait, what? Is enough of it? Was he in it? Did I forget having Taika Waititi alone? I forgot that he was in it. See, I already kind of ignored that, which is good, because I don't want to remember that movie like I used to. Miles is also Spider-Man, by the way. Well, by name only, and according to in these, I call them what do I call them? Official fan fiction. Like right now, sure, you could say that his name is Spider-Man, right? But you know, so is everyone else, so it's kind of redundant. Wow, it's almost like Peter Parker is a everyman and anyone can be that man. No, that's not what an everyman is. I mean, he's not that generic. If you say an everyman, okay, maybe is Peter Parker an everyman? He was supposed to represent that, right? At first as a high schooler. But then he got bit by a spider, and he's supposed to represent everyday struggles of people, sure. But it doesn't mean, okay, everyman, when you say somebody is an everyman, he's supposed to represent somebody's everyday struggles. So it's supposed to be like a very, a boiled down version of what a human is, or of what they struggle with, and what they succeed with. It's a very, I guess, a generic personality that stays true to, for most people, that it's like the average of average, right? So sure, anyone can identify with an average human being, but that doesn't mean that you can be that same human being. When you're just looking at the collective aspect of that individual, you end up losing out the details that are also important to that are unique to that character, Taika is a villain of the movie. Oh yeah, he was. Oh gosh. Oh right. Oh goodness. I remembered. Oh goodness. I just remembered the entire plot. NTS movies agree. That's good to hear that I was able to change your mind. And then Atlas is like, bro doesn't want to be Spider-Man. What a loser. Wait, doesn't want to Spider-Man? See, now you're being somewhat illiterate. Anyway, what did we want to talk about? Well, just mainly the Avatar The Last Airbender situation. Let's see. With some of my comments, just let me get a sip. So yeah, I criticized the Netflix Avatar: The Last Airbender, and I did get many comments, which was interesting because with the entire series, it was kind of unexpected, and it was kind of Paramount helping me out because I did not intend for the stream to somewhat take off. Here's what happened: I started streaming, and Paramount interrupted our stream because we showed footage from The Legend of Korra. Dang you, The Legend of Korra, always haunting me in my even in real life, not only in my nightmares. Of course, I'm just kidding, but you know, it's not just what was I gonna say? What are you guys saying? You missed the other comment. Yeah, I missed a lot of comments. Miles is the superhero equivalent of Godzilla. 98, Zilla. He's Spider-Man in name only. In the same way Zilla was Godzilla in name only. That's a good comparison. I like that with Cap. That's a good comparison. Yeah. Holy guacamole, says Bonk or Bonke. Batman, this guy's got the chromosome of a walnut. Okay, and so this was one of the comments, and so yeah, during the stream with Avatar: The Last Airbender, I got a lot of different comments, and one of the things about that is once we were watching The Legend of Korra, Paramount interrupted the stream, and it ended up dissecting my stream into 3 separate parts. So one of the things that came up was well, it basically, like I said, split my video into 3 parts, and so it ended up with no gameplay in the first part. It was just me talking Avatar. Then in the second part, it was also me just talking Avatar, and also and then in the third part, that was like the longest one. That was like the 2 hours part of the stream, and I had both gameplay and me talking Avatar: The Last Airbender. And so the first 2 parts were like 30 minutes each, and they ended up getting so many views after the fact, after I also changed the thumbnail, and it was kind of unexpected because I did not expect to get that sort of traction from a stream, and it wouldn't have happened had Paramount not gotten in the way. So these were then I got these comments like surprisingly enough, later on, you know, some people came in and they left a lot of positive messages as well. Others were more interested in a conversation, but among some of them we had this comment here, for example: I'm against feminism, but the show isn't a feminist propaganda at all. And I said, if sending women to die in a war isn't feminist propaganda, what is? And again, I was referring to the fact that they made the huge change to include the female characters in the Water Tribe, and they took issue with the fact that I pointed out that they were all just kind of shoved in there. They weren't there in the original, they were added there later on. And then so like, yeah, and then they were fighting in the war itself, so they were sacrificing them, and then they got the younger kids as well to take part in the war. That's the opposite of what a noble human being is supposed to do. a nobleman is supposed to predominantly fight for both the women and the younger generation, because they're supposed to be the future. They're the ones who are usually the most helpless, and of course there are female soldiers and all that stuff. They're usually the minority, of course. Some would say they're a nowadays they would say they're a minority that keeps on growing. Therefore, they should be represented differently and thought of differently nowadays. But again, we could argue that, but when we're talking about Avatar: The Last Airbender, when your story is set in a different time period, you have to abide by those rules in a lot of ways, and the original even did that, whereas this one just leaned into it completely by mixing even the airbenders, the male airbenders with the female ones. Before, the women were at the western and eastern temples, the men were at the northern and southern ones, but then they kind of just mixed them together in this. Again, stuff like that. And so their response is, that female soldiers exist too, right? And again, obviously nowadays they do. Back then it wasn't as common. And of course this show is supposed to be indicative of a past time. It's not taking place in modern days. You could say it's a fictional universe, therefore it can make changes. But the original was very clear about this. It did not, generally speaking, it did not have female soldiers. You could say, well, there's Azula, there's her entourage. Again, that was the exception to those characters. And they weren't even part of the traditional sense of the army, right? They were their thing off to the side. And then you could say, well, there were female guards in the prison episode of season 3 of book 3. And you're like, okay, female soldiers are allowed to exist again in this universe. But did you know that also when it comes to Yahtzee, Germany, they also had female guards in the concentration camps? Just a fun fact. And I don't think that they were progressive, of course. So again, having female guards in a prison makes sense when you have female prisoners as well. That's just how it ended up being. And so, again, you cannot conflate the two if you want that to be the case. What else? There were more comments here as well. This one is a bit longer, so give me a sec. Alright, and I'll get to your comments in a moment. Alright. You're sounding... alright, so this is one of like... let me get closer so I can see this better. Alright. So... this is one of the comments that some of you would probably have. Like, I assume some of you would probably agree with this. You're starting to sound like an elitist. Excuse me. TBH, the new live action has its downsides. For me, the casting for Azula. But I'll leave the final judgment. If ever they make book 2 and 3, the rest just fine. VFX are surprisingly good. Sound is good. Pacing is just fine. It was very unreasonable to be mad at everything they cut out from the cartoon series, because it just seems it's just an 8 episode versus 20 plus for book 1 of the cartoon. And so that's the quote from this individual, and there's more, of course. But notice how they said that it's almost like they thought that I took issue with the changes they made. And that's actually one of the things that I enjoyed about the show, is that they were, for the most part, they were able to pay homage to the stories, or they were able to remix them in a way that made sense, in a way that attempted to stay true to the original. And I thought that they did a good job with it for the most part. But in the end, they added stuff that was not there, and it twisted the meaning of them, especially with Ozai as well. And so they go on talking about all this other stuff, like the cabbage guy and how they got a lot of these tiny things right. And I would agree with you, they have the cabbage guy and all these other characters. But still, again, you have all these other issues that plague the show that I did mention, and no one seems to be, at least this commenter did not want to address. And I guess because it seemed like it was bipartisan in a lot of ways. And it's like, okay, but the show itself is already starting those things on its own. It's getting into those discussions. So why are you taking issue with me then kind of commenting on it myself and making that realization? Is it because I'm calling it out? That's usually how it goes. People usually don't, they take more issue with the fact that I'm calling something out or that I'm identifying what it is that they're showing us, more than just me not being a fan of the series. I think they would like for me to say, oh, I did not like the series, but if you liked it, then that's good. And I think they would prefer if I said that, me not liking the series is not the issue here. That's what usually ends up being the case, is that people don't take issue with you not liking stuff. They take issue with what you not liking something actually means. Yeah, it's not really convoluted if you think about it, because our tastes define us in a lot of ways, right? So if I like something, then chances are there's a group of things that I like, and there are groups that, there are target groups or focus groups, right? Like, this is not new information. And then there was the other one who said, if you're not a fan, if you don't, trying to kind of like phrase me, which I don't remember saying in the video. He said, you are not a fan if you don't hate the show like me. And again, this is not me trying to be an elitist or like an elite or like a person who thinks they're better than anyone. I'm not trying to say that I'm simply better just because I don't like the show. Although I do think that it's worth bringing up certain things, right? And it doesn't take much to understand that. And so somebody else said, people do the opposite as well. So that's a good point. People will say, oh, you hate the show. That means you think you're better than everyone else. Or you hate the show. Therefore, it must mean that you're just a hater. That's what they boil it down to. But they never look at the opposite, which is the shills who will defend anything and everything just because it's, I guess, more convenient for them, or they don't want to seem like they're a hater. So it goes both ways. So this person says people do the opposite as well, blatantly telling others they're fake fans if they don't like this. And I don't hate it. I think it has some very glaring flaws that shouldn't be glossed over, like writing that tells a little too much, but it's okay. Some nice moments between Iroh and Zuko. I agree with the person. I of course disagree with some of his take on this, but again, it's like there's an issue on the other side as well that has to be acknowledged here again. Toxic fan people had fun watching TF is your goal. And I think I responded, I told him, my goal is to gatekeep people like you from the fandom. And I said that half jokingly. And in a way I meant it, in the sense that, yeah, you guys are kind of annoying, because let's face it, you guys are going to call us toxic fans, but if we say something, you're the ones that are going to come after us. And Nerd Center says, people like this think you not liking the show is you're calling them out for liking it. Like, people calling stuff out will stop them from liking it. Yeah, it's like, okay, I call something out, and then why are you getting upset by the fact that I'm giving you negative feedback? I'm not giving you personally negative feedback. I'm giving the showrunners, the writers, and perhaps, I guess, the actors maybe as well. I'm giving them some information as to what is not working, and it's like a review. You can, like a restaurant, right? You can review a restaurant. You can say what I don't like and what I like and I don't like. And so if you think there's something toxic, inherently toxic about that, then it's more an issue with you than anything else, because you have become too attached to the material, which is perhaps a problem. Because if we're going to talk about like incels or people who talk about like Spider-Man and their kids, well, at least I'm able to distance myself from this stuff to the point where I'm not offended by the fact that somebody dislikes the IP itself. And a lot of people will just love the IP on its own. They will defend anything that comes out of it, and that's not being a real fan. So if you say, "Oh, you're not a real fan if you don't hate the show like me," no, I'm just saying that you're not a real fan if you just blindly follow this thing. And there are things that I did enjoy about the show. That guy named Sky, does this guy just live on Twitter or something? Just talk about the show. Well, I don't live on Twitter. I rarely use Twitter, but I do often use social media, right? And you do as well. Okay, so I don't even know what you're trying to say here. Yeah. So, but then we got a lot of different comments as well. Like there was one woman who said, "Oh yeah, I think there were different airbenders that were also female," and she told me, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, that made sense," because it was something I also talked about in the stream. It's like I wasn't sure, and there was a person who was just trying to have a normal conversation with me, and then she got back to me saying that she watched the rest of the episodes. She was also worried, but she enjoyed them. So that's also that. NTS movies, I do not use Telegram. He's a Telegram enjoyer probably, which is incredibly cringe. I don't really use Telegram. Every single time I download it or I try to use it, I just stop using it because, and I end up deleting it because I don't use it. So again, people trying to create this straw man is really not going to work. You know, it's like you can in the least argue with anything, right? With what I'm talking about. Some of you have addressed what I was talking about with Miles Morales, but the rest of you are just kind of here just to hate, really blindly hate without any reason or purpose, and it shows. So that was that, and yeah, so that was the Avatar segment. And I just wanted to acknowledge some of the comments because I think it was fair to say that, you know, of course, I'm not expecting these people to get back to me, or I'm not pretending like me addressing some of this stuff is like, oh, I dunked on them. That's not the case, right? I don't expect this to be like a win or something. I just wanted to acknowledge it and perhaps share it with you guys so that you guys can kind of give your perspective. And a lot of you already have done so. Some of it has been contrary to what I believe. And again, that's fine as well. But I think you guys can be a lot more productive with your critiques. So let's get back into the game. So we have not watched Poison Ivy come back. But yeah, let's go back to the north side of this place. It's like kind of also boring just to not respond to what somebody is saying.
I thought the program was legit.
What are you saying here?
I had no idea Joker was behind it.
What are we supposed to do now? Because I totally did not pay attention. And I think you guys can let me know in the chat as well while I try to figure it out on my own. And yeah, sometimes the yapping can become overbearing just because you have to hydrate yourself. What was that animation? I guess we can just go this way. Let's see. All right. Follow Harley's fingerprints. Pick up the trail. Yeah, that's... I saw the fingerprints over here, and I was going to say, well, what if we just follow these? Where are they? They were just here. I thought I saw them in the detective vision. I guess not. I don't know what I saw then. Tum, tum, tum. There we go. See, that's going to take us back. Did you guys mean to go here? Because that's not where the trail led. Because if we go this way, it's going to take us back, right? But then the trail continues here. Okay. I see. Here we go. Open. Oh, cool. There's a hatch. And more bombs, or whatever that thing was. Oops. What are you looking at, Bruce? Stop breaking the fourth wall. Oh, come on. Hold. He's like, come on, get this faster. See, the PlayStation 4 controller is a bit more sensitive to this, because it was designed for the PlayStation 3 one, I guess. There we go. Gregory, do you like ancient Greece? I recommend you guys watch the a video by, what's his name? Let me find it right now real quick. So there's this YouTube channel called Leather Apron Club. Leather Apron Club is a great YouTube channel. You should definitely go on there. He makes a video that basically debunks the whole, oh, the gay, ancient Greeks were actually gay. They were very much into it and all that stuff, right? No, it's actually false. It's a modern concept that was made up. And there's no accurate source that actually tracks back.
Since you've made it this far, let me show you what I've cooked up.
Oh, dang. Oh, it's double time, okay. Just great. Oh, dang, this is gonna be... Ooh, double the trouble, okay. What do you think about the slave... Ugh. Atlantic trade. I think that's what you said. There we go. Oh. Can I knock him out? Cool. Oh, let's get the other guy. There we go. Uh-oh. Let's get in. There we go. Yes, good. That's kind of cool. That's okay. Oh, damn. So this is kind of easy, not gonna lie. Get him. Good. Alright. My thoughts on the slaves. On the slave trade. I mean, I have no thoughts. Oh no, I can't lose. Not now, not now. Oh. Oh no. Oh, get out. Oh, good. Oh, dang. Okay, I failed. I gotta focus then. Like I wasn't focusing now. Thoughts on black people or Romans? Is that what it says? Why don't... What? Skip. Can we skip this? Yes, we can. Good. They're people, I guess. I don't know what you want me to say. Let's just get to this guy first. Good. Alright. He hit the other guy. That's hilarious. Oh! Let's exchange. Okay, come on, that was cheap. Get out. Oops. Oh, dang. Okay. Did he just punch me? Nope. Get him first. That was kind of bad. Come on, get in, get on him. There we go. Now that guy's gonna kill us because... No, 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 get out. Not now. Come on, work, batarangs. Oh, come on. Oh wait, hold on, we can do the armor thing, right? Which is the armor? Amplifier, we don't want that. Batarang. There it is. Hopefully that works. There we go. There we go. Now we're gonna win this for sure. And it's over for him as well.
Oracle, I've destroyed the Titan production facility. But Joker escaped with enough to cause us real problems.
Just when you think it can't get any worse.
They've been using a venom plant hybrid to create the Titan strain. The plant's the key. And there's only one person on Arkham Island who can help us.
And what makes you think Poison Ivy will help you?
If her plants are at risk, she'll listen. I have a sample of her pheromone signature on record. She'll be somewhere in the gardens. I'll track her down.
Cool. Hosky on Twitch says, I have a feeling we're about to see a lot of deaths here. Well, we survived. Not that many deaths, come to think of it. To be honest, I also expected a lot of deaths. Power Scalers have Gear 5 Luffy as Galaxy. Of course they do. Yes. Alright.
I'm going to need something to get over this ravine.
Oh, we're gonna get a new gadget. Cool. Why didn't you call this in earlier? Because you didn't need it, I guess. Makes sense. Ooh, cool. Nice. I'm gonna end the poll for the Dune thing. Oh, everything is blurry. Okay, so when it comes to spoilers, 71% of you says you don't care, whereas the 28% of you say yes, you do care. So that's good to know. Line launcher allows rapid movement between two horizontal points. We know what this is. So, Far Cry Lego, Gear 5 Luffy, and Galaxy level. This is our moment to shine. So this is a new weapon, of course. Oh, cool. That's really cool.
Now I can go find Ivy.
Hold on. I think we can make our way. Can we do a double thing?
Through this elevator shaft.
I remember being able to change directions halfway. Am I just misremembering stuff now? At least that was the case in Arkham City. I guess it's a skill that we have to learn as well. Let's try this one more time. Okay, it doesn't work, okay. In that case, let's just move forward. Unless you guys want to say something else. Please explain your Steamboat Willie review. Okay, I will. Just give me a moment to get to it. You can't do that in this game. Reasons why they use focus is because he has to tune force. Hold on. Reasons why they... No, don't diddle me, please, Riddler. You can't do that in this game. Reasons why he is because they has to tune force. I'm gonna try to decipher that. Oh, you're talking about Luffy, Gear 5. Because of too much force. Okay. You just have to angle it. Oh, really? I have to angle it properly. Can I go back now? Hold on. I think I can't. Wait. Where was this? See, this is what happens when I look in the chat. It's, I look in the chat and I completely lose track. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's angle this correctly. Drop down. Makes sense. Toon Force, aka cartoon logic. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So that's the other thing. It's like if you're gonna power scale something, you're kind of mixing. You're ignoring so many things like a character's ability to break fourth walls, or if there's like cartoon logic, are you gonna kind of factor that in? It's really difficult to kind of factor in all those things as a power scaler. So you're almost pretending like there's a objective metric that a lot of the writers themselves have not considered. Which is the sad truth of it. I think they should. But sometimes you can't do it because of the effect you want to accomplish. Because I'm not...
Your head hurt, Batman? Understandable. You're no match for me.
I'm not going to say, for example, that you cannot do a fourth wall break thing. Because that's something you can do in a story, right? And I'm not going to say, oh, you can't do that because it's going to lose objectivity. Sometimes the point of a story is to lose that objective perspective, or however you want to look at it. Hey, Miles Morales ran. He ran up. Probably because we dissed him so much. Poor Miles. Have we been here? I don't think we have. I know we're supposed to go the other way, but... Is this a secret room? Oh. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay. But yeah, we've been here before. You asked me how is Steamboat Willie Titanic. If you read my review, I guess we can read... I'll read it in a sec. I'll read it in a sec. There we go. Have you heard of Candace? Like Candace Owens, for example? Is that what you're talking about? Because I've heard of Candace Owens.
You found it at last. What have you been doing with your time?
What about Candace Owens? Candace Owens is not employed anymore. Did she just get fired? Is that in? Eclipse says the same. Oh, that's what Eclipse said. The review for Steamboat Willie did not make sense. Oh, we're gonna see Poison Ivy. Oh, already. Cool.
I'm here now, my poor darlings. Yes, I know he's found us, but I won't let him hurt you. I'll kill him first.
Ivy.
Oh, we're gonna die.
I know Dr. Young mutated these plants to produce venom.
Yes, and I heard it through the grapevine the evil woman paid the price.
I need you to help me create an antidote.
Why should I? Let Joker have his fun. I'll enjoy watching you squirm.
Uh-oh. See, I knew I should have saved it for Poison Ivy.
You've been in the dark too long.
Now she's gonna play the woman card, watch.
The same, unless you cooperate.
There's a plant growing deep in Arkham Island. Only it can counter the effects of this Titan strain.
Where do I find it?
Oh, in Killer Croc's lair. You didn't think it would be easy, did you?
Go back to your cell, or I'll be after you next.
And I'll be waiting.
Hosky on Twitch says, no, I saw in game. It was supposed to be last film I saw in theaters.
It's somewhere below Arkham.
Oh, okay, I see.
There's nothing on the system about where he's kept.
I found a door near the Batcave, but it's shut tight. There's got to be another way in. I left guard Cash in the mansion. I'll see if he can shed some light on where Croc's kept.
Oh, great. More enemies. It looks like you're gonna die.
Stay where you are. Yeah. What the hell is that?
That's cool. Oh, cool. That's cool. That's so cool. It almost feels like a cheat code. Watch. Oh crap. Never mind. So somebody said, wait, hold on. I did not respond to Hoske because he said that the end game thing. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So you did watch the movie in the theaters, but you thought it was going to be your last one, but it was your friend's. That's cool. Awesome. And then also somebody says that Candace Owens apparently won. Thoughts on Zionism? You're gonna get me taken down. No comment. But let me tell you this. Zionism is indeed not sexy. So the thing about Candace Owens is that she's not employed anymore, and somebody says that that guy named Sky said earlier that she won. Against who though? I don't even know. All right. Okay, so somebody wanted to know my thoughts about the Steamboat Willie review that I made on Letterboxd. And I think this is a good place for us to stop right now. But hold on, let's get to a point where we can get the loading screen on, right? And then we can... Oh, I assume we're just gonna have to leave this place, okay. So let's leave. Okay, so that's where the Joker came from. Cool. Nice attention to detail. Gotta appreciate that. Which side did we come from? From this side? Yeah, I guess we have to go back this way, yeah. Just like we did earlier. Cool. Is there somebody down there? What the? Oh! See, I knew somebody was there. See, I'm not crazy like this guy is. He thought he could get a jump on me. This game is insane. Do you believe in any conspiracy theories? I think everybody believes in some conspiracy theory at some point. It's like you could list so many things and it's like, oh, so what's a conspiracy theory to you? It's like everyone has their own, really. Do you mean like mainstream ones? Turn around this way. It's Ezra Miller again. Do we have Ezra? Oh yeah, Ezra Miller. He keeps reproducing. It's because he's asexual, get it? But that's what I'm asking you. It's like... Oh, we didn't even see this the first time around, see? Okay, we're approaching these guys. And then once we get there, once we get the loading screen on, we can move on to the final segment. What is this?
Hey, screw you, Bat. We turned on the power. You're trapped over there.
I'm Batman.
What's he doing?
Goodbye. That's cool. See, Arkham is great for these sort of moments. That's what it... There we go, we have the save mode on. Cool. And that is when we're gonna end it here. For the game. For the game, because I want to move on to the final two segments, which is one fan-requested one, which is the Steamboat Willie review, and then I guess all the other ones. So, in that case... Let's go back to the other room, actually. Because these guys are too loud in here. Alright. Okay. The final segment of it all. So let's pull up my Steamboat review. Steamboat Willie. Let's see. So I'm gonna read this one since I just want to kind of get into it and address some of the points somebody else made. So I'm gonna read this out loud. It's a very short review compared to the other ones that I made. And so, for those who don't know, Steamboat Willie is, of course, the first appearance of Mickey Mouse. It, of course, went into public domain, so if you guys know a bit about that, I think it was impossible to not hear about it at the beginning of the year, and I decided that was going to be my first review on Letterboxd, which you can follow me on there as well if you want to. I go by the username Cinnabooger. Booga Booga. Okay, so here's my review. So basically, I gave it 2.5 stars. And I wrote this: I stand against this senseless violence against animals. Mickey is a sadistic, cruel sociopath. None of his actions are particularly funny, and they set a bad example. There's no upside here at all. No condemnation or lesson to be taught. In the end, it is Mickey Mouse who gets the last laugh to distract himself from the misery that he has brought on himself. I'm sure there's a hell connection to be made here, like how Satan wants us to constantly amuse ourselves in the present to neglect the deadly kind of sinful state of our lives. The animation quality for its time is impeccable and makes up in some areas for the lackluster and distasteful gags. And that was basically it for my review. So the thing you talked about, the thing you asked about, was the part where I do mention the satanic aspects. Eclipse, is that a bell or is that a nose? I think it's a nose. Right, the satanic aspects of it all. It was basically a comparison I was making. I didn't say that the cartoon itself was inherently satanic, right? But I do think that, the ending of the movie is so... It's a short movie. It's like 6 minutes long. And it's about the character, Mickey Mouse, of course. He's kind of acting like a menace throughout the entire short movie. And he is basically abusing animals, using them as instruments, as pets, as his own plaything. And then when the sailor, the main captain of the ship, who in that moment is Pete, although I don't know if you could call him a captain if it's a very small ship, but he's basically, you could say he's the owner and he employed Mickey. And he's Pete, he's the antagonist of your usual Mickey Mouse stories, which is kind of crazy how he is this responsible figurehead in this short film, yet from this point on he becomes the bad guy in the end, and Mickey Mouse becomes the wholesome little mouse that everyone is supposed to love. And then he kind of watered himself down over time. But so that's a side tangent, though. The thing you asked about was about the satanic thing. So it was more of a, the ending of the movie is that Pete, so the captain of the ship or of the boat, or however you want to call him, Pete, he sends Mickey down to cut potatoes and that was his punishment. And then the bird at the end. So Mickey Mouse has his punishment in the end. He has all these potatoes to take care of. And then at the end, the parrot flies in through the window and it laughs at him because it thinks, oh, you got what you deserve. You reap what you sow. And then Mickey just, in his misery, he throws a potato. He throws it and hurts the parrot. And presumably the parrot dies. So it was like a comparison I was making. And Mickey laughs in that moment. He has the final laugh in the end. And it's kind of I treated it like a hell allegory in a way that it reminded me of hell, right? It wasn't a hell allegory, but it reminded me of that state where you are miserable, right? You have to sit in your own misery. You've been punished. However, you still found some way to distract yourself from the fact that you have been punished. You're not taking this moment in as a form of understanding that you did something wrong, that you have sinned or something along those lines. It was instead trying to have Mickey then attack the parrot, again, abuse more animals, and laugh about it. And that's essentially how I read into it. It reminded me essentially of kind of people every day. You know, it's like, hey, you are lost in sin, and you're told by society nowadays to just kind of be cool with it, kind of embrace it, and be okay with everything that's wrong nowadays, and have fun. Do not get distracted by all those negative thoughts. If somebody takes issue with you, just tell them to F off, and nobody cares, right? Act like nobody care, like there's no tomorrow or something. I don't know what the phrase is. But it reminded me of that sort of attitude where you're just kind of digging a hole for yourself. You might as well send yourself over to hell because you're just willing to submit to evil, to this malicious spirit within you. So that's how I saw that scene in particular. And so that's what it reminded me of. It's like it perfectly represents the one-way ticket to hell. It just keep doing that same thing over and over, and that's where you're gonna end up. And so that's the thing that's how the cartoon ended on. That's the note it ended on. And I thought it was weird. I thought it didn't make much sense. I mean, it made sense in the short, but it did take me by surprise because, well, I expected to watch a wholesome movie about a Mickey Mouse, his first appearance and all that, but instead we got a very different take on the character, which I would have been open to. I do think that Mickey Mouse today is too sanitized to a point that he has no personality. But at the same time, Walt Disney, what he did with that first cartoon, not a fan of it. I think, like I said, bad example. No true lesson to be learned from this. So, there's nothing to be learned from this, I mean. Let's see. It sounds like the hell you're describing. I mean, I'm trying to describe the hell on earth in a way where you're just embracing the misery, and that's eventually going to get you to the real hell anyway. Do you know gloves in Spanish? Maybe I do. What if I said I was gay? What do you think? Well, I think you know what I think. What do you think of autistic people? In that case, I don't think that you know what I think. But it's like, how is this relevant to what I'm trying to talk about? Okay, so that was the Steamboat Willie review. And so it wasn't necessarily me saying, oh, this cartoon is satanic, but it definitely has negative, it's giving negative influence, you know? So maybe in a way it is satanic. If you want to be very fundamentalist about it, if you want to be that way, then sure, you could say that it is. And then what else do we want to talk about? We want to talk about Dune. So here's the thing. Dune is a movie, of course, that came out, sorry. And the question is, I guess this is a good moment for those people who have not watched the movie to leave. This is the final segment we want to talk about. So this is going to be our final segment. So, yeah, we're going to be talking about this movie. And that's kind of what I wanted to end off on. The whole summarization of what I thought about the movie. Perhaps some of you may not care. Perhaps some of you just don't want to get into the spoilers of it all. But yeah, so that's what we're going to talk about. Give me a moment here, because I see Hoske says no in the chat for some reason. Okay. So the film was... I think I can pull out the review that I had as well. I sent it out on Letterboxd, and I think that's going to be like a good reference point of what we're sort of talking about here as well. Okay. And so again, spoilers. Actually, this part here is not going to have spoilers, but in case, I'm going to tell you if there's going to be spoilers. So I gave it, oh no, a half star with a heart though. Why is there a heart there? So here's what I write. Captivating visuals. Actually, I'll read it on my phone because it'll be easier. Captivating visuals, and one battle sequence later, I can say without a doubt this franchise is hopeless. With part 2, I can finally see the critique of the Messiah and religion begin to take shape. It is as one note and banal as I feared. If this is what we're going to be getting for the next few movies, a repetitive squabble about a man succumbing to power and power/religion bad, then there is nothing substantive here. How much longer do we need to wait until we find out? The filmmakers introduced the concept of Paul's downward spiral trajectory very early on in this movie. After that groundwork has been laid, the character progression stagnates and gets intermingled with pretty cinematography or scenes that push the plot forward at the pace of molasses. So there's more to this review. So my main issue with this movie is that it is essentially Dune Part 1, except it has, I guess, one or two battle sequences. One battle sequence that's very short and some action here and there. So, but in a way, it's more of the same of what we had before. So that's my issue with this movie. And but why do I give it a half of a star? Not even 1, 2 stars, not even 3. Because, for example, Dune, the first one, I thought it was okay. My thing was, okay, I don't know what this movie is going to end up being eventually. If this is part 1, then I will give it the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to wait for part 2 and hope that the movie is going to be good and that it really lives up to the hype of what everyone else is talking about. And so I gave Dune, like the first one, like a 6 out of 10 or like a 5 out of 10. It was kind of a instance where if Dune Part 2 was going to be good or even great, I would have probably bumped up Dune 1 maybe to like a 7. It was one of those things where it was like, okay, it's 6 or 7. I don't know why I said 5. Maybe over time I thought it was a 5. But in general, at that time, I thought it was like a 6, 7. More of a 6. Definitely a 6, but it could go to a 7 if the franchise continued. If it had proved to me that it works and that there is a lot to see here, then that would have been great. So the first film was all set up. And the second film is basically... it continues being... It's not a setup anymore, but it's... well, in a way it is. So it closes the story arc of the main character, Paul. He takes down the... oh, okay, here's now where we're going to get into the spoilers. So if you want to not be here for the spoilers, you can leave. And I want to thank you for being on the stream, for those who don't want the spoilers. But there's going to be really interesting bits here about the changes they made to the books. So if you don't care about the spoilers, that's also going to be something worth talking about. So yeah, Far Cry Lego. if they want a good story about power being bad, just play the DMC series. Huh. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I know you weren't talking to me, but that might be something we will end up playing eventually. And yeah, so I would say also the story is about like, oh, it's just power, religion bad. And I've heard people say, oh no, Dune is about idol worship. You cannot worship idols. But then again, the movie is about criticizing a Messiah, that Messiah being Paul, which, you know, Messiah, if it's Islam or if it's Christianity, either way, you're making fun or you're trying to criticize a concept that is going to be criticizing faith in itself on a fundamental level. So I already take issue with that because why? Because what is the argument as to why the Messiah, the figure of the Messiah, is something to be not taken seriously? And I don't know about the book, what arguments it makes. I know some of them. But the movie itself doesn't give you that many. It usually boils down to just power is bad because once a human being takes control of power, that means they will become corrupted. That's essentially what they're trying to say. And then the movie also has these bits where there are these believers, they're called the Freemen or the Fremen, and they're played out to be almost like these parodies of themselves. Because what? Because it's almost like what's his name, Javier Bardem, his character, he's playing this figurehead for this society of the people that are outside of this political conflict. Well, they're not outside of it, but the main character Paul is of the his name is Paul Atreides, so he's a son of a duke, he's a royalty, you could say, in a way. So he's an important figurehead, and there's a conflict between multiple houses, specifically two houses, and there's betrayal, there's death, there's ambush, and essentially in part 2 you're supposed to follow Paul, who joins these outcasts who are also involved in the conflict, but they're very on the sidelines of it all because they don't have the same amount of resources. In this movie, that's kind of different now. They somehow end up getting all those resources that they didn't have earlier, but that's maybe explained if I were to rewatch both films, which again might not be very likely now. So these outcasts, if we can call them that, they are supposed to be the religious fanatics, and so they see Paul as the chosen one because he has a lot of qualities that are not that do align with the prophecies, because Paul is really a special case where he's kind of, well, let's just say he has a lot of, he's supposed to be a leader, but also he takes a lot from his mother. In a lot of ways, you could say even more from her than from the father, which is interesting to see. And so these outcasts called the Fremen, they're kind of played out like they're you could say they are these, when they show them kind of realize that Paul is the chosen one or something, they always play it up for laughs. And Javier Bardem's character, he's like one of, you could say, the leaders of his group. He's always played out like he's played up to be this, like almost a con artist. He's like, see guys, this is what we were talking about. But then later in the movie, there's stuff that happens that pretty much confirms that the prophecy is indeed true. So it is true, and these people are sort of made to look foolish regardless. So there's no real argument as to what's wrong with the Messiah, other than human nature or power will corrupt the human nature, something along those lines. And so that's not good enough because, well, if you look at something like Christianity, Jesus was a human being, but also he is part of the Godhead. So you have to kind of take that into account. He is the Son of God, right? And so there's a lot more to it than just your typical human being, I guess. There's wisdom, there's experience, there's knowledge that comes with it. There's a, and you're accompanied by the Holy Spirit as well, the Holy Ghost. So, again, what does Paul have? Everything that he has comes from mysticism, from these dark figures, from his mother, these skills that are almost like curses. So yeah, the movie doesn't properly lay out a convincing argument as to why it doesn't work, but still, I personally don't think there isn't one. And I see that Eclipse agrees with Far Cry Lego when it comes to playing DMC. And then he says that Far Cry Lego says my favorite is 3 followed by 5. Worst is 2. I heard that 2 is definitely the worst one because of its gameplay. Because 2 is just gun and you win. Makes sense. Atlas, Dune, and Joe Mama, and Dad, Part 2. Yes, I agree. So continuing on with the review itself, what I wrote. So again, I criticize it because it's supposed to be a deconstruction of religion, and then that the pace is extremely slow. It's basically the first film. But at the same time, it's shot extreme, like the cinematography, I would say it's on par with the first film, if not in a lot of ways even better. Like the scene where you see that flying ship orb fly in, its metallic surface, it reflects the environment around it, and it creates that surreal, almost not hypnotic, with like this disorienting perspective of looking at something and then seeing something else around it. That was awesome. That was a great visual, but that's not. And there was like this one cool shot during the battle sequence during the end, like, oh, that was cool, I thought to myself, but it's like, what else is there here? And the consensus is that there isn't that much. So I continue on saying, leading up to the film's release, I didn't say much about it, other than that it is likely being overhyped by early reviewers in hopes of giving it the benefit of the doubt. People are really desperate for the Lord of the Rings of this generation. Going off of what I'm saying here, I am referencing the people who are constantly comparing it. Like they're saying it's the new Lord of the Rings, and so that's what I'm referencing here. So I write, people are really desperate for the Lord of the Rings of this generation. It shows, and it is depressing when you see them oversell something to the point where they're praising stuff that's barely that significant in the film. And here I was basically referring to the battle sequences. I've seen people call this a masterpiece when it comes to creating battle sequences, or like a war epic, and I'm like, it was just one brief scene. I guess the plan made sense, right? There was one cool shot, and it was a scene that was made, or a sequence that was weaved together competently. But aside from that, you don't really have anything else that would say, oh, this is the peak of cinema. This is a masterpiece. I have seen people call it a masterpiece. And going back to what one of you said, there are YouTubers who are quote unquote anti-woke. They would call themselves that, and they call this movie a masterpiece. That word is being thrown around loosely nowadays, because it's not. It's if the first film was not, and I think a lot of people would even say the first one was, but then again, they would also understand the issues people had with that. So I would expect them to have the same sort of level of understanding here, but I guess maybe the copium may not be applicable in this case. But yeah, it's the pacing of this movie is, I was constantly waiting there, and I think it is because of the first film that they kind of cut it in a very off moment. That, the first film ends in the first not even half of the book, and it's an odd choice for an ending. And had they just progressed the plot more in the first film, had they given that a third act, then I think you could have restructured this movie as well to the point where to a point where it would have been better. I gotta take a sip of water because there we go. That's better. Yeah, it would have been better paced, in my opinion. And I understand it's difficult to adapt it, but at the same time, you have so many different things that you can do that, and they adapted it while changing a lot of the things, while definitely doubling down on some of the stuff that we already knew. It's a lot of politics. You know, people complain about the prequel trilogy and how it has too much politics. Well, this movie has a lot of that, and I do think it's necessary to, I think, and it probably is important to the books as well. So I think it's an important component, but they're kind of repeating themselves a lot in this movie. Maybe because they want the audience to keep up, and that's nice. But again, the movie doesn't have to suffer when it comes with the pacing, you know? It doesn't have to be that way. But we'll get back to the pacing because I want to kind of continue on with what I'm saying. So yeah, people are looking for this alternative to a Lord of the Rings. And I think that's what somebody said, why do you hate Dune so much? I don't hate Dune so much, as even though this rating might suggest I do. Surely we'll get to it. Actually, let's just get to it now. So if people wanted a Lord of the Rings comparison, I basically continue on writing this. Well, here's one comparison to the Lord of the Rings. By the time we get to the end of Dune Part 2, the Lord of the Rings is already past the Battle of Helm's Deep, the formation of the Fellowship, a run-in with the Balrog, Boromir's death, the rise of Gandalf the White, introduction of Smeagol, and that's just the major plot points. I've yet to count the multiple parallel storylines and character arcs. The main conflict in that series was properly kicked off halfway into the first film. On the other hand, Villeneuve's Dune is a laughing stock when placed side by side, total child's play directed by professionals. And I'm referring to the fact that where if Lord of the Rings kind of kicks off its main plot halfway through the first film of, Fellowship of the Ring, Dune basically kicks off its main plot at the end of Dune Part 2. Not Part 1, Part 2. And that's my main complaint with it, because if this is going to be a Messiah critique, then they did not do a good job at weaving these themes in there. And the idea is that they basically introduced the notion that Paul Atreides is slowly becoming evil and he's slowly becoming corrupted by the power. But that's all you really get from this character. You don't really see him become that, and I think that's definitely going to take part in Part 3, or like in Dune Messiah, right? But again, had you paced the film differently, it would have been a totally different movie. It could have been a totally different movie because the books also have a different approach to the commentary. It doesn't play out like a typical 3-act structure, I would say, because the character choices, there is foreshadowing, of course, but the character interactions are very much different in the book and the movie. And that's what's really interesting here. Because we'll get to it now, because dang it, what was her name? Zendaya's character was Chani or something. I'm probably butchering her name, but Zendaya's character, the ending of this movie is that Paul Atreides kills the Emperor, and he offers he tells Florence Pugh, who is the princess of the Emperor, that he tells her that she is going to be his wife, and because he didn't kill the Emperor, my bad, I just totally butchered that. He killed Austin Butler's character. I don't know. For whatever reason, I thought the Baron. That's what I thought of the Baron when I said the Emperor, because he was the main threat in the first film. That's why I called him the Emperor for whatever reason. I conflated the two. No, that's the Baron, the fat guy in the middle. That's the Baron. Next is Zendaya. So he kills him, but then later he kills this other guy next to him, which is played by Austin Butler, and that's because the Emperor sends, he chooses him, he selects him to represent him in the duel. And so once he dies, once Austin Butler dies, the Emperor basically submits his power to Paul. The princess becomes his wife. She agrees to the idea of becoming his wife, and Zendaya, she is upset, and that's the thing. Zendaya in this movie is way different, because the ending of her just storming off and her being this antagonistic, and I'm not going to call her an antagonist, but she is very negative when it comes to Paul, who is embracing his power. She is supposed to be I'm not going to call her the foil, but she is there to be his conscience. And in the books, she is not that. She is, sure, maybe she's sad about the idea that Paul is choosing a different woman over her, but she is still his concubine. And in this movie, she storms off. This is a huge departure from the books. So right there, and from the very beginning of this film, Zendaya is that sort of character, and that's not who she is in the books. So again, and the way it's played out here, it plays out here is that Zendaya is mad. It's like she always had the issue of Paul kind of towing the line, or being on the tightropes of, am I abusing my power? Am I not? Am I becoming an idol myself? She always had issue with it. But then what breaks the camel's back was that he chose a different woman, which again, in the book, she ended up accepting that fact because she was a concubine. And concubines are very common in this culture that they have created here, which is again based on the Muslim culture. And so it's very common for him to have multiple wives. And so for them to have multiple wives, and so for him to have a concubine, again, is normal for them. For Zendaya to take this much she has too much personal stake in it, and I think it comes down to the fact that it was a feminist approach to the character. She was basically a girl boss. Girl boss got the girl boss, had to be a girl boss, so she, instead of, being a supportive figure, trying to be a supportive figure to Paul, she is immediately, she's very negative about what he's trying to accomplish. And so that already throws things off in a big way. It's already a huge departure on its own. Let's see if you guys are saying anything on Twitch. So many people are saying, I'm following our streaming right now. It's crazy. Well, thank you for choosing me then, Hoske. You're the best. And we'll end it shortly, so guess what? You'll be able to join them very soon as well. Alright, so what else are you guys saying? I see that you guys said something else as well here. I am not seen any of the Dune films, says Far Cry Lego. I think you're fine. Eclipse, the word masterpiece has lost its meaning. Totally. I agree. Like I said, people are overusing it, and a lot of the people who are anti-woke, again, it's ironic that they're using that to describe this film while they're still trying to say there's one aspect. It's like they're trying to read the room too much. It's like, oh, this film is incredible. It's the best movie of this year probably, but there's this one glaring flaw that I'm going to talk about. And it's like, really? So we're going to make an exception for this movie now because it is cool to give it the benefit of the doubt? because everyone else seems to be praising it. That's the approach here, really. And so you also got to keep in mind that they changed the character, the main love interest for Paul, to, I think, to make it more inclusive, really, to make it more, to give her more agency. And I think that's what it really boils down to. In the book, the agency of this character, from what many of you have said and what many of you have told me, is not anywhere near what they have in this movie. The doses of it, you know, it's a total change, a total 180 to what the character is. Let's see what else you guys are saying here. I only say masterpiece for things that actually are those masterpieces, says Far Cry Lego, like Jaws and JBU. What's JBU? I'm interested to hear about that. I do like Jaws. I do think that it's interesting about Jaws. The thing about Jaws is that it definitely introduced a different language to cinema. Made it like it incorporated a lot of things into like the shots and the way you can tell a story with those shots. So people who dismiss Jaws don't necessarily understand how impactful it was to the language of cinema itself. I've seen people use masterpiece and mediocre movies games, says Eclipse. Oh, I've seen people use masterpiece on mediocre movie games. You know, like Dune, for example. Far Cry Lego, if they are mid, I give them a 5 or a 6, and that is me being kind. That's the other thing. Reviewers, all the time, what they do is they will give something like a 7 out of 10, which is a good score. If you give something a 7 out of 10, that's a good score. But somehow that has become like treated like, if it's not a 10 out of 10, that means you are bashing the film. And in a way, they are bashing the film. That's the interesting thing. The IGN reviewers, whenever they give something a 7 out of 10, notice that the 7 out of 10 is supposed to be a kind of like a deal, because they are criticizing the film, but they feel compelled to give it a 7 out of 10, which is a good score. They say it themselves. 7 is good, which means that they say that this is a good game, this is a good movie. That's what they're saying. However, it has all these glaring flaws. And the reason why they say it, because they're Access Media, is because if they gave it a lower score, then they would basically lose early access or a lot of the press coverage that they are able to rely on so much. And that's what's been happening with reviews in general. But the reality is, if a movie is a 7 out of 10, that means it's a good movie, right? So, but in IGN terms, anything that's a 7 and below is an awful movie. An 8 is a bad movie. A 9 for IGN is an okay movie. And then a 10 out of 10 is just a good or maybe a great movie. So that's how you have to approach their scaling system. And frankly, most people's scaling system, which is why Dune Part 2 is 4.6. It's nothing special. I mean, visual-wise, from a technical standpoint, it's good. But even then, it's not like unless there's some behind-the-scenes footage that I have yet to see, it is not anything out of the ordinary. Even Lord of the Rings, with how they shot even if you just watch it and you know nothing about special effects or visual effects, you already see the sort of the technical prowess that it took to make that film. Just looking at The Hobbit and comparing it to Gandalf, them sitting in the same room, them standing in the same room and moving around in it. You already watched that scene and you're like, wait, how did they do that? And you know, you don't need to have that sort of knowledge to be able to say that. And so yeah, people calling it a masterpiece, especially the anti-woke channels, while also neglecting the fact that they basically changed the ending of the movie with its female characters because they wanted to make it more girl boss friendly. But yeah, so moving on to like the end of the review. So that's what I was referring to when they started praising the stuff that's barely that significant to the film. And yeah, so I called a total child's play directed by professionals because it is shot extremely well. It's got beautiful visuals, and I'm a fan of the soundtrack. I know some people think it's overplayed, which is unfortunately, like the Batman also had the same issue. They overplayed the main theme for the character to the point where it became nauseating to listen to. It was so cool. It's just still it's a cool theme, even though it borrows heavily from the Dark Knight series, the trilogy. The series has been nothing but an overt teaser. I thought we'd be past these tricks after part 1. Clearly I was mistaken. The movie sits at 5 out of 10, however, because certain individuals are using it to fill a hole in their lives with inflated scores. I must balance that out by giving it the lowest score possible. You cannot dump an abbreviated battle sequence and expect us not to notice the similarities to what you gave us before. It's nowhere close to an awful movie, so I'll place a heart emoji next to my review as a sign that I'm treating this score as a special case scenario. Normally, I would give it 2.5 out of 5 stars. I could get into the film's glaring plot lines, like, well, hold on, let me finish the sentence. But you've probably already checked out by now, and unless you're committed and you made it this far. So I'm referring to Austin Butler's character. He is awful. He is a Saturday morning. This guy here. Let's make him bigger. Him over here. Over here. Him. See, he is a Saturday morning cartoon character. In fact, I would say every single villain in this movie is extremely underdeveloped, and that's the thing. It's like, hey, if you had maybe focus on that. They tried to develop the Austin Butler character, which I always blank on his name. Let me see. It's like it's got a double name to it. So Austin Butler, Dune Part 2. It is Fade Ruffa or something like that. Yeah, I forget how you pronounce it again. But his character is played out to be this psychopath. But the thing about it is that, you know, again, spoilers. He has a duel. He duels against Paul at the end of the movie, and then I just know right away that Paul is going to win this, because the first thing we see with this character is him entering an arena and getting all these handicaps, all these help outs that are there to help him in a gladiator match. His opponents are poisoned, and then once there is one opponent who has not been poisoned for some reason, and there's a reason because it's a House of Atreides sort of, I guess that managed to kind of sneak in there. And then it's kind of alluded to that it's also the Baron's fault. So that's like a whole thing. But the point is that when he is not fighting a gladiator that's not poisoned, right, he still requires for these black guards who are wearing these awesome outfits. But again, production design, great. Production value, amazing. But the visual effects in this movie, there's not one shot where I was like, oh, this is going to look really bad a day from now, like as is the case with Marvel movies. But the character of his character is just totally childish, because even when he's not fighting this gladiator, when he is fighting this gladiator who is not poisoned, he still needs to have people come in to help him. And so in the case that he does fail, he's going to be saved by them. And the movie tries to pretend like he's not going to be saved by them, but really we're seeing what's happening on screen. It may look cool, but the implications story-wise are that this guy cannot be trusted with the weapon, and then the entire empire just celebrates his victory because it's supposed to signify his what do you call, his rite of passage to becoming a real man. And that's what they celebrate, him being basically handheld through this match. And so he's supposed to be fighting Paul, who is very skinny, right? But who cares? That's supposed to be the character, right? And we're told, okay, who's gonna win? And you're like, oh, of course Paul's gonna win. He's been trained his entire life to do this. He's been trained since he was a child to fight and take on enemies, and he didn't require the help of anyone. He was on his own at some point, and he had to do it on his own. And I do think that it was interesting that he never used the voice, which is basically the ability to tell people what you want to do, or compelling them. Basically, they have to listen to you. If you tell them, hey, pick your nose, in this powerful voice, they have to listen to you. I guess he didn't think that would be honorable, which is interesting. I like that, right? But still, without the voice, he still is the clear winner. And the entire, like, the final battle between, or like the duel between him and Paul, the main character, is laughable. In the moment when Paul is losing and Austin Butler's character is about to win, suddenly Paul, for whatever reason, instead of getting up, he stares at Johnny, right, which is Zendaya's character. He stares at her, and then during that fight, he finds a way to then, he kind of looks where he looks during the fight, and it's kind of like ridiculous. It takes you out of the whole thing. It reminded me of like a soap opera. It's like, oh, you guys are just trying to create fake tension here. Because in a real fight, you know what? I did not like this movie, but the one thing I loved about it was the ending. Ridley Scott's The Last Duel. The Last Duel is, a Me Too film, but there's a fight at the end, and it is it's a well shot fight, and the intensity in that fight is awesome, because these characters are genuinely fighting for their lives. And actually it's cool to kind of compare the two, because you have a duel here and a duel there, and it shows you this stark difference where in the Ridley Scott film, these guys are just totally going at it, whereas here they have the time to look around, follow somebody's eyesight. It's like when in anime you have the backseat commentator who describes everything happening in the scene, and sometimes it is the fighters who have the most amount of time to say something, or even comic book characters sometimes as well in Marvel and DC, especially in the older ones, where they say a paragraph of words in between actions, and that's what that kind of was doing again. So again, it's I found the whole approach to be just not just underdeveloped, because I'm thinking of the villains and they are underdeveloped in general. Like the Baron, he just goes out on a whim. The Emperor, kind of, he's there, and that's it, really. Dave Bautista's character is laughable. His acting is cartoonishly, again, also a Saturday morning cartoon. So I really think, had they just given us actual stuff to enjoy, like actual stuff that is enjoyable to watch with these characters, and you get to actually understand where they're coming from, and perhaps show us their perspective. And if you don't want to do that, then that's cool, but then why are you wasting all this time, and why are you showing us these characters who are written like you are doing this? Because when I was watching the movie, they halfway through the movie, or in the second act, they do focus a lot more on the villains, but then they don't do a lot with that. They just kind of, they use them to set up later plot points, right? Or they use that to kind of reaffirm certain knowledge that you already know. And it's like, okay, you should have just cut that, because when I saw that scene, it reminded me of Halo 2, right? Where there's like a dual approach to the heroes and the bad guys, but in that game you have the bad guys make sense, you know, it's like they have their own story that has to unfold. And I thought that that was going to be the case here. I was like, oh, they're taking that approach here, cool. And no, they die in the end. All three of them, actually. And the Emperor is also kind of just waved aside. And again, it's a setup. Everything is a setup to the main film, which is that, okay, the Messiah, which is that we're going to have to witness his downfall. And again, I don't even know how I'm going to feel about that, because it's going to be a movie that just criticizes religion for the sake of it. You know, I don't see anything here that's actually interesting. So let's see what you guys are saying here. Yesterday I saw a video calling Across the Spider-Verse a masterpiece. Far Cry Lego says that's not a masterpiece. That's an anti-masterpiece. That is a dumpster fire. Yeah. Good, bad, and ugly. Oh, that's what you were referring to. Good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I gotta watch that. Since you've made that recommendation, I'm gonna have to eventually watch it. 6.5 or 7 is things that are good or okay. I agree. I think 6 out of 10 is like, if you're in a 6, you're okay. If you're in a 7, you're okay. You're good. And then 8 would be like great. 9 would be amazing. And then 10, I would say that's a masterpiece, which doesn't mean perfect. It means that it's a masterpiece, but movies and games rarely get a 10 from me. And yeah, let's just finish this review of mine. Where did we finish off on? So I did say that. Oh, right. So basically I ended up giving it a half a star, because you have to offset the ridiculous scores that people are giving it. It's currently sitting at 4.6 on Letterboxd. And that's why I joined the app. I'm like, we gotta change this, guys. We gotta inform people about the true way to critique films. No, but for real. I guess I'll just read the end. I'm sure the creatives are not entirely to blame, especially with how they had to cut the first book into more than one part. But there are still glaring creative choices here that I can't defend, and I'm starting to think the subject matter of the source material isn't all that different. So yeah. What else? Eclipse is saying the anti-woke channels will see a mediocre movie with no politics and call it a masterpiece. You nailed it, Eclipse. You nailed it. That's basically what it is. And I think it is a sign of not just being desperate for The Lord of the Rings, but being desperate because you're desperate because you don't have anything to watch. You're like, dang, everything is just so politicized nowadays. Everything is demoralizing, and when you see something that's not trying to do that, or it's lesser, or it's like less of that, then you immediately latch onto it, and that's desperate, and that's a losing strategy. It's a losing mindset, because you are becoming a desperate person who can be easily manipulated into just liking whatever. And so that was my review of the Dune movie. I kind of added additional stuff that I didn't mention in my review, like how they handled Austin Butler's character, and also like all the other side villains, and also the fact that they did change the female character, Chani, you know, played by Zendaya. And also the thing about Paul's character is that he is, I guess if I call him a Gary Stu, it would be a cliche, but at this point, they never show him learning how to get on a sandworm, which you would think would be the hardest part about it. And so here's something I want to share with you, something else. A different review. I'm going to just read these. I'm not going to even pause, but the idea here is that somebody who is a Dune fan also makes similar points to what I just made. So again, it's not just me who had these things to say, but there were other people who agree with me, who have read the books, who are fans of this stuff, and they end up making a lot of the same comments as I did. So here's this guy. His name is Joseph Choi, Choi. And he says, incredible visual and auditory spectacle achieved at the loss of much of the nuance and complexity of the work, as well as many important character moments. This is the Cliff's Notes version of Dune, updated for modern audiences. Ooh, the famous phrase. It's as much a tone poem as it is a work of narrative fiction, in love with its sweeping long shots. So I did say that it's, incredible shots, but they cannot make up for the lack of a story. He continues by saying, the vastly truncated timeline removal of many characters and factions, incomplete changing of Chani's character from a reverend mother in training and loyal companion to a mouthpiece of the writers. Telling, not showing. That's so fascinating. I had no idea that she was a reverend mother in training. I did see this review before, but for whatever reason I skipped this part, so I didn't even see it. So she becomes a mouthpiece of the writers for exposition, and those are among the bigger missteps here. Stilted, unnatural dialogue where characters speak in modern vernacular or describe things that are well known to their conversational partner took me out of multiple scenes. There was one thing where one of the characters, the Baron, says, the Baron calls his nephew, he calls him a playboy, and I was like, would they really say that? Like, would they use the word playboy? And I did search it up, and apparently it was like a 19th century, it was first used during the 19th century, but I still found it odd. And there was a lot of instances where something sounded like it did not gel with in terms of the dialogue. I'm honestly surprised by this review because it sounds like I just wrote it, except this guy has some knowledge, some reference of the book. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting. It sounds just like my review. Like, again, the long shots replacing the story, cutting out stuff or changing Johnny's character. Although I didn't talk about that, somebody else told me about it after, and so that's something that he mentioned, and I didn't. The script not only insults the audience intelligence, but it does a disservice to the rich world building of the book while trying to improve, in quotation marks, it by simultaneously simplifying a complex universe and timeline, as well as changing aspects of Fremen culture. The word fundamentalist is never used in the book. That's interesting. See, that's the other thing. They call them fundamentalists. Again, there's that mockery aspect to the Fremen, which is, again, something I talked about, and I didn't even have a comparison of the books because I see this represented in the visuals. Where are the guild navigators? The Landsrad. Let's go back. There it is. The Landsrad. Why do the Emperor and the Princess Irulan have so little to do? Again, something I talked about. What happened to Tufir Hawat or Jami's family? These names. Why is Silgar made into comic relief? Why was Leto 2 exiled, maybe? And Alia so changed? Why change the ending to such a degree? The film is long and ponderous, but barely attempts to penetrate the depths of Herbert's world and characters beyond simply religion bad and nobility bad. So it's interesting. He uses it really sounds like we wrote the same review almost. Yet it pretends at subtlety. It reaches for greatness it cannot even see, for it's blinded by its own ambition. Ironic. As a result, I feel that Dune Part 2's one-note approach taints it not just as an adaptation, but as a film. If you are not steeped in the lore, this is a perfectly serviceable, if flawed, epic with poor pacing and a total lack of the soul, humanity, and nuance Herbert wove into Dune. Again, the truncated timeline makes it highly implausible to me that the events of the full story over both films take place over less than 9 months. missing or large chunks, blah blah blah. And at the end he says, after the promising first part of this saga, I'm left disappointed and cold. At times I feel bored, I am in disbelief. Hopefully part 3 can redeem this mess. Which I'm not even like gonna pretend that part 3 is going to redeem anything whatsoever. And then there's this review. Is this your king? B word. This is not better than The Two Towers and Empire Strikes Back. If you think it is, then you probably think Taylor Swift is good. That was by Basic Beth. And then there's this one, which I didn't post the whole thing here, but maybe I'll find it here somewhere else. Hold on. Who is this by? Ethan DS. Okay, here's his review. Also short. This one it didn't bring me to tears, but I found it hilarious. I can't do it with this crap anymore, and it teases you every once in a while by giving a glimpse of a truly incredible movie that lives underneath, and then it just slinks back to being what it is. And he's referring to like foreshadowing scenes where they're showing visions of what's happening here. And for a guy who allegedly hates dialogue and regards it as an impedance. Wait, am I reading the right review? I am not reading the right review. Hold on. There we go. Now I'm reading the right review. Sorry, guys. I didn't read any of the Letterboxd reviews, and this is by Ethan DS. I didn't read any. He gave it half a star as well, as you can see. Half a star here. See? And he says, I didn't read any of the Letterboxd reviews for this prior to leaving my first one because I thought it'd be like every other big movie on here and have like a 3.7 or something. 4.6 stars? No, if you're... No, if you're all crapping pixie dust on this, then I will play the foil and do my parts to bring this score back to earth because that is disgusting. The high rating soon made sense when I looked at all the profile pictures of the people who gave this 5 stars and have 8,000 likes on the reviews. Of course, Cinema Boy Kyle, who finally sprung into consciousness at age 15 watching Infinity War and Rush Delta Phi Epsilon, Rush Delta Phi Epsilon is a username, gave this 5 stars. It's got a big worm, and it's about Jesus, and it has so many stars, and Austin Butler sticks his tongue out a bunch because he's crazy. And how about all those faces and I can make? Goodness. Where is this? And how about all those faces and I can make? Goodness, she made 1 million of them, and that's how you knew she was extra mad. And whenever a dumb little Harkonnen minion piped up to offer Baron or Fade or Dave Bautista a piece of advice, they get their throats slit mid-sentence. F yeah, so evil. So he's referring to it, basically, all the, like there's this trope in movies when the bad guy is just so evil that he stabs and kills his own guards when they mess up. In this movie, Austin Butler's character, who is Fade, he essentially just kills people randomly because, he's trying to test out his weapon, so he's just like attacking his female, I guess concubine or maybe his guard, or not guard, his somebody, companion. He just kills her randomly, and he's like, oh guys, look, he's so evil, he's so psychotic. But then again, when he's being stalked by another woman, suddenly he doesn't kill her because the plot needs them to have an interaction. Interesting. I really feel the pain of these disposable mother effers. Maybe it actually makes it feel like none of it is even close to real. Maybe it even lowers the stakes a little bit. And how about that sound design and that production design? Yeah, maybe it could have used some better narrative design or casting design or acting design or pacing design or tonal design. But man, for me, I just ain't about that because it's 2024 and we will happily shirk all narrative potency as long as we get an A+ movie-going experience. So he's just mocking people who like it. And that's probably where it cut off for you guys at this point. But he ended off by saying, as long as the IMAX dual laser and boom and bass got me rocking in, I'm good. Sing me to sleep, Nicole Kidman. I want to be immersed. It's all I care about. That people dare insert this beside the Lord of the Rings trilogy is grotesque. Although I was impressed with Timothy's ENT impression that he maintained, ENT impression that he maintained for a movie and a half, quite uncanny. And that was it. So that was Dune. And that's where I want to end it off on. Let's see what your final thoughts are. Oh, Stefan is here. That's cool. So, yeah. So, let's see. The anti-woke, and then Stefan says, yeah, he agrees with Eclipse. And let's check on Twitch. What you guys are saying. By the way, what do you guys want to play tomorrow? Because I was thinking we should play Tomb Raider. I mean, I wanted to play Tomb Raider, but I did tell you guys that we would be playing something else. Then again, there's less people watching now, because we got into the spoiler section of it all. But yeah, we're gonna end it here. And I was going, because tomorrow we have our Monday stream. So if you guys are still here, which I know some of you are, but let me know if you... Oh, we got Victor C in here. Should I watch the first and second movie? I don't think you should, honestly. I mean, hey, you know what? You can make up your own mind. And this is a sort of movie that I'm like, okay, it's not that bad. So in a way, you can watch it if you're bored. And if you're desperate for something, then yeah. You convinced me not to watch Dune. Well, that's good then. Why don't you play Project 06? The thing about that, Far Cry Lego, is that if I were to play that, I would have to set it up properly. And I would, because I think that's I don't know if it's an emulator, but I think you're referring to Sonic 06 from what I remember last time we talked about it. Sonic 06, and then there's a mod to it that I think improves the game. And if it's anything of that sort, I'm not that well versed with mods or emulation, so I would have to have a little bit more time to work on it. But guess what? There's a lot of games we could be playing. For example, I guess we'll just play Tomb Raider, and tomorrow we'll be deciding what new game we're going to be playing. I think that's going to be the best way of going about it. Yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be... It's going to be definitely... perhaps maybe, if you guys like Tomb Raider, then we'll stick with it. But I'm going to ask you guys about what games we want to play in the future, and then from then we are going to be committed fully. And we're going to play something else. Perhaps maybe we'll continue with Tomb Raider. Who knows? But, yeah. I want to thank you guys for watching. Thank you, Hoske, for watching. You have other streams to catch. I have other places to be as well. And Far Cry Lego says it is not an emulation, but a Unity remake. There you go. Well, it sounds like I'd have to set it up properly. And, tomorrow, unfortunately, I don't have the time. But guess what? I will ask you guys what sort of games you want to play, and I will create polls, just like we did today, but in regards to like the games you want to play, right? So you guys can decide, essentially. So that's going to be cool. And we'll probably have other topics to talk about. So yeah. Once again, thank you for watching. And hopefully you guys enjoy this stream. Thank you for being here. Seriously, you guys are the best. So, thank you. Have a good one. And take care.